Good afternoon, everyone. In 5 minutes, we will begin with our program. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please all rise for the invocation to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem by the NCF Choral. remain standing. Be seated. Once again, thank you very much, Naga College Foundation Choral. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For many years, Naga College Foundation has been a driving force behind meaningful innovations that have made a lasting impact, not only in Naga City, but in the entire Bicol region and beyond, on a global scale. And today, Naga College Foundation, together with its partners, once again reaches a significant milestone with this event. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International AI Education Summit with the theme, The Rise of Quantum AI and Agentic AI in the Industry 5.0, Transferring Education, Economy, and Human Potential in the Digital Era. I am Antoinette Eduardo, and it's such a pleasure to be your host for this afternoon. Before anything else, we would like to recognize the presence of the following: Mr. Romel R. Serrano, from the Regional Director of Department of Science and Technology, Region 5. Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres, SUC President 4 of Bicol University. Dr. Geraldine F. De Jesus, President of Sorsogon State University. Dr. Delicia Alfelor TB, President of University of Northeastern Philippines. Thank you very much as well for joining us this afternoon from the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 5. Thank you for your support. Department of Information and Communication Technology Regional Office 5. The Naga City Government, 22 academic institutions, 8 government agencies, NGOs, and 7 business establishments. We also would like, of course, to thank the President of Naga College Foundation, the man behind all the innovations and meaningful project of NCF, Mr. Mario Villanueva. Thank you very much, sir. We also have Attorney Carlo V. Villanueva, the Chairperson of the NCF Board of Trustees. Mr. Benjamin P. Villanueva, NCF Senior Consultant. Dr. Roger P. Villanueva, Chief Finance Officer. Mr. David Michael, Mr. Typhoon Padua, NCF Trustee. Mr. Melvin S. Del Puerto, NCF Trustee. We also have Mr. Rudy R. Baldemor, NCF Trustee. Attorney Stephen Joe T. Bonilla, NCF Trustee. To all NCF Vice Presidents, academic heads, administrative officials, and faculty members, thank you very much. Of course, we would like to recognize as well Mr. Dennis Franco M. Layug. He will speak in front of us later, the CEO and President of EWIES and NCF Trustee. Jan Lambrek, NUADU Singapore. Philippe Zarneski, Edu Expert Poland. Alex Orea, Eduscape USA. Grace Chang, Director for Operations of Big X Reality. Lane Gordon, Eduscape USA. Claudia Yu, Big X Reality. 𝗙𝗵𝗥𝗦𝗧 𝗂𝗚𝗚𝒠 General Manager, and to the organizers, Naga College Foundation Incorporated, East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, and Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much as well to all our sponsors. We will recognize them later. As mentioned a while ago, we also would like to acknowledge Honorable Nelson Remulla, Cavite City Mayor. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this afternoon. As mentioned a while ago, Naga College Foundation played such a pivotal role into coming up with projects and programs that will benefit not just the institution, but the entire community. And so to welcome us all, the mind behind those innovations, to give us a welcome remarks, let us give a resounding applause to the President of Naga College Foundation Incorporated, President Mario C. Villanueva.
Just maraming na hapon sa Indogabos. As usual, yun lang po alam ko sa Bicol. Although I was born here in Naga, but somehow I'm still polishing up my Bicol. I'd like to thank each and everyone, especially our partners for this event, East-West International and the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce. The members of the Board of Trustees of the Metro Naga Chamber, I'd like you to be recognized. Our Executive Vice President, Mr. Efren Dan De Leon, our Vice President for Finance, Dr. Emmy Menyes. Yan. Our Vice President for Business Development, flagship program, all right. Sir, 𝗀𝗂𝗁𝗪𝗀𝗀 na-black out ako ron. So, thank you so much. And of course, our event organizer, also a member of the Board of Trustees ng Metro Naga Chamber, and who has orchestrated this event, Ma'am Lian Montemayor. Yan, meron pa ba? Okay. And of course, to all my cousins who are here present, our Board of Directors, and to all of you, our partners, we thank you for coming to this event, which will open up our horizons on AI. Things have always been talked about AI. Initially, kung ano na, and then ngayon, suddenly I heard quantum and then agentic. Now, what is it? How will it benefit our community? How will it be used by the businessmen? And how will the education industry, the academe, be able to give the skills that are needed by our industry going into the fifth industrial revolution, which is already on artificial intelligence. So with that, marami pong salamat, and I hope that this event would give us all the eye-openers for, not to scare everyone, but for how we will be able to use and be benefited from artificial intelligence. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Mario Villanueva. Thank you very much, sir. And now to jumpstart this event, Bicolanos are known for talent, very talented individuals. And NCians are also very much known in terms of singing, which we witnessed a while ago. And now, the first ever Bicolano P-pop group will be performing for all of us. I am very much happy and excited to introduce to you for an intermission number. Let us all welcome 𝗂𝗄𝗏. A round of applause, please.
All the girls on the block knocking at my door. Wanna know what it is, make the boys want more. Is your lover playing on your side? Said he loves you, but he ain't.
boy still got time.
Put your boy in his knees and repeat after me, say take a sip from a secret potion, I'll make you fall in love. For a spell that can be broken, one drop should be enough. Boy, you belong to me, I got the recipe. It's called black magic, and it's called black magic. Take a sip from a secret potion, one taste and you'll be mine. It's a spell that can be broken, it'll keep you up all night. Boy, you belong to me, I got the recipe. And it's called black magic, and it's called black magic. All the girls in the block looking at my door,
I got the recipe.
wanna know what it is with the boys on more.
Now you belong to me.
All the girls in the block looking at my door,
I got the recipe.
wanna know what it is with the boys on more.
Now you belong to me. Take a sip from a secret potion, I'll make you fall in love. For a spell that can't be broken,
One drop should be enough.
boy, you belong to me.
We got the recipe, and it's called black magic, and it's called black magic. Take a sip from a secret potion, one taste and you'll be mine. It's called that can be broken, it'll give you up all night. Boy, you belong to me, I got the recipe. And it's called black magic, and it's called black magic. Falling in love, 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 magic.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Aurora. Thank you very much, ladies, for such an energetic performance. They will have another performance, another round of applause, please.
O pag-ibig na nga, bakit kaya lagi sa tuwing nandyan ka? Mga problema ay aking kinakaya, para manamdamin ko'y biglang gumagaan. Ang gusto ko'y kaya aking pasalamatan. Pag-ibig ba itong nararamdaman? Bakit nga ba ako'y naguguluhan? Mga alaalang kay sarap na balikan, nandito ka lagi sa puso at isipan. Di ka nawawala, you're always here by my side. Di ko alam ang mangyayari pag tumigil. Di ko man masabi, sana ito'y hayaan at ituloy mo pa. O pag-ibig, o pag-ibig nga kaya ang aking nadarama. O pag-ibig, o pag-ibig, ibig na kaya. Pag-ibig na ba? O pag-ibig na nga. O pag-ibig, o pag-ibig nga kaya ang aking nadarama. O pag-ibig, o pag-ibig, ibig na kaya. Pag-ibig na ba? O pag-ibig na nga. Di ko man masabi, di ko na mapigil ang damdamin na sa akin ay nadarama ko na lagi na ako nakangiti, di ba? Lagi nang ikaw ang iniisip, you're the one na miss it.
Kaya naman, hindi ka mawala, just stay by my side, yeah. Dahil kahit na ano pang harapin, ay kakayanin ang pag-ibig ko sa'yo, hindi ko lilimutin.
Di ka nawawala, you're always here by my side. Di ko alam ang mangyayari pag tumigil. Di ko man masabi, sana ito'y hayaan at ituloy mo pa. O pag-ibig, o pag-ibig nga kaya ang aking nadarama. O pag-ibig, o pag-ibig, ibig na
Once again, thank you very much, Aurora, the first ever P-pop girl group here in Bicolandia. So if they have Blackpink in Korea and in Manila they have Bini, here in Bicol region we have Aurora. So at this juncture, I am sure we are all excited to learn about AI. And so without further ado, let us begin with our first speaker for this afternoon. Allow me to introduce him to all of you. To talk about transformation of education in the age of agentic AI, with over 2 decades of experience in Southeast Asia, this industry expert has built and scaled innovative solutions in education, workforce development, and data-driven assessment. He founded Epitome Global, Singapore's largest upskilling platform, and has led national digital transformation projects in Singapore, Malaysia, and Norway. An endeavored entrepreneur since 2018, he specializes in AI-driven workforce assessment, big data, and scalable technology solutions. Since 2024, he has been the CEO of NUADU, driving its mission to enhance learning and scale certification through technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm round of applause for Mr. Jan Lambrecht.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm actually a little bit upset with all of you because when I was packing my stuff, I brought my best shirt to wear here in Naga because it's the first time I came to Naga. I've been in the Philippines, but the first time I'm here. And I've been 6 days here, and I cannot button the top anymore. I gained at least 6 kilograms already from the amazing food and the hospitality and the many friends that I have been meeting. I would like to also thank President Mario, because he took the time to go through the history of Naga College this morning. And it was actually really inspiring how it started with his grandfather, who sounds like a superman, superhuman almost, a musician, a sportsman, World War II veteran, an educator, and many things more. And I hope that I can contribute a little bit to the legacy and the vision that he had and can support President Mario in taking this to the next level where we can help with AI and everything that is happening now in this world. So I would like to go, straight into it. We know that the workforce is changing. The workforce is actually changing faster than ever. But there is some really interesting statistics here. If you look into it, only 30 to 50% of graduates are having a job in their choice of study. That's really interesting because why would you study 4 years and spend money, invest money in something that you're not going to use? This is really interesting. And then there is another problem because if you look into the traditional recruitment, how companies select students or graduates to hire in a company, it's being done by an instrument that hasn't changed in the last 80 years. It's called a CV. And on a CV, it doesn't show if you're a good team player, if you're a good problem solver, if you're a good communicator. It only says which degree you have, which things that you studied in 20 years ago. But it doesn't actually answer the question that the industry wants to know. The industry is doing an investment in graduates to hire them, and it's not based on the degree that they got, it's morely based around the human skills that that person has. Is he a good communicator, team player, and whatsoever? So there is a little bit of a mismatch between the skills that we are teaching our graduates and the skills that the employers want. There is a really big gap, and I will be addressing that in a little while. Also, as of today, we are back into a skills-based economy. We are going to be selling the skills that we know. And we also know that skills are changing on a way that is faster than ever. Whatever you learn today can be irrelevant in a couple of weeks or months. So what does that mean for the Philippines? It's actually really exciting what we see from our part. And I've been 2 decades, I've been living in Southeast Asia, loving it absolutely. But in ASEAN, which is the 4th largest economy in the world, we, and excuse me, I'm going to say we as we Filipinos, we have the largest English-speaking workforce of ASEAN and Southeast Asia. This is something extremely important, and I will be coming back on that later onwards throughout my presentation. But this is one of the smartest things that we have been doing, is that we have been doing our education in English, and we have the largest English workforce in Southeast Asia. There is some issues, but I will be coming to them later. We are already transitioning from a BPO-centric economy to a knowledge-based economy. It is already happening. I've been having so many conversations where I hear like, oh, you know, but look at India. They are taking our BPO work. It's okay. Let them have it. Let them have it. We want to have the high-paid jobs. We don't want to have the low-paid jobs. Let them have them. We will be bringing our workforce up a level. Knowledge-based economy, guys. And I will be coming back to that as well. I really believe that we are, at this part of the world, the country that can be having an AI-ready workforce that can serve the entire world. We have been doing it for decades. We have been sending Filipinos to all sides of the world. We've been sending them on the seas, we've been sending them to Saudi, we've been sending them to Singapore, everywhere. We have that knowledge. We are the ones that can do it. Now with a few tweaks, we can build an AI-ready workforce for the future. So, is it a crisis? Because everybody is always saying, oh, it's a crisis, we're going to lose jobs and everything is happening. Well, if you look into it, around 50 to 60% of the jobs that we know today will disappear within a couple of years. 80% of the jobs in 2030 haven't been invented yet. It sounds scary. It really does sound scary. But is it? I don't think so. We need to be smart now. We need to be able to adapt fast. We need to be integrating IT, AI. We need to listen to the leaders in the country and the colleges for a direction. But we believe that AI can truly help us simplify this process on where we can adapt faster and more efficient. So, if you look into it, in the AI revolution, oops, give me one second. If you look into it, the big problem that we see right now is, if you look into all the companies into this country and globally, only 20% of employees understand what this means. Only 20% of employees understand that they have to be learning tools to be relevant in the future. If you do not upskill now, if you do not embrace technology now, you will be replaced in the future. But if you learn how to use AI, if you learn tools, and Alex will be having a great conversation about that later, you will be on top of your game, and you will be having a better paid job and a higher career than you have today. AI is changing what and how we learn, and it's already happening today. So if you then look into the governments, and honestly I've been doing 20 years of government-related work. I've been looking into unemployment platforms where we are trying to decrease unemployment, increase GDP. We have been finding out in countries where there's very young population, why can't the graduates find a job? We have been looking into long-time reskilling. We are running the national upskilling platform of Singapore, etc., etc. But if I then look at the high-level direction and vision that the Department of Education and 𝗏 have been putting forward here, it's really interesting. It's actually right there. It's just now, how do we fill it up and how do we create the how we're going to do it? But if you think about it, English proficiency is extremely important. Do you know that in neighboring countries, they're attracting new people to their workforce based on one simple requirement? It's English language. All the rest we will teach you over time. Because again, the skills we learn today will be irrelevant in a long time. We have to teach human skills. We shouldn't be teaching tech skills, if you think about it. So, improving English proficiency, creating a global mindset for our students and graduates, making them a global citizen is going to be absolute key. And English is the answer to that. And I will be coming back to that. Of course, we have to look in the foundational skills, and we have to strengthen the foundational skills. Mathematics, engineering, etc. But there is now tools for that. There is now really great software and tech for that. And Philip, my other colleague, he will talk about that later as well. We need to embrace that because it's now easier to teach than it was back in the day. And we need to integrate technology. We have no choice anymore. We have to adopt AI tools. We have to adopt all the different programs that are there, and we have to start doing it now. Don't be afraid to fail, right? Sometimes a tool won't work, but that's okay. We tried, we learned, next tool, next iteration, etc., etc. But the English part is so important, and I will be coming back to that in a little bit more. So what do the Filipinos need to succeed? Like, what are the skills? Because we're always talking AI, but what is it exactly that we then need? Do we need to be a prompt engineer, or do we have to have coding skills and all that? Actually, it's a whole lot simpler than what you think. We need human skills. Human skills are crucial. AI enhances us. It's a tool to make sure that we can get our work done on a faster, more efficient way. But the human skills are important. So like, for example, AI literacy and human AI collaboration. This is communication skills, guys. This is as simple as having good communication skills, being able to explain what you're thinking. English communication excellence, of course. All the biggest language models that are being built right now are based on English. #1 language in the world is English. Right, let's keep the Chinese out for a while. And we don't want to compete with them, let them be. But, you know, all this are human skills. Critical thinking, complex problem solving. All these are skills that we as educators, we as colleges, we need to instill this to our students. This is super important. Right now I see all over the world graduates that are amazing test and exam takers. They're the best. Look at one of our neighboring countries, #1 on the PISA ranking. I don't want to say the name, very small. #1 on the PISA ranking. But they won't look in your eyes, they won't be able to communicate, they won't be able to solve a problem because they are following everything towards the book, because they memorized everything in an education system that hasn't changed in the last 80 years, which was designed to build factory workers. So these are human skills, and it's very easy actually to start changing this and to start implementing those in your curriculum. Then you look into assessments. You know, we all did it, right? Annual assessments in school, 2 days before you start studying, and then you do your exam, and then you forget everything after. We need to now be able to measure our impact to the students. We need to be able to measure on a faster way what the skills validation is. I'm teaching you a skill. I should be knowing on a 2-monthly, 3-monthly basis what is your progress in the skill, so that I can fine-tune the curriculum, that I can fine-tune my way of teaching. And we have to do that. It's like a little bit keeping a pulse, how do you say that expression now, I forgot it. But you know, making sure that you are there. So we need to change the traditional assessment and traditional examination system to real-time assessments and real-time monitoring. Because, guys, don't forget, skills are changing faster than ever before. And whatever you learn today will be obsolete in a couple of months, maximum a year or 2. Whatever you learn today, it's going to be gone in 2 years. Whatever app you use today, there will be a better one in a couple of years. Whatever platform you use today, there's going to be something better in a couple of years. So we now need to have real-time assessments, and that is going to be extremely, extremely important. But I think the biggest thing that is happening right now is the last point here. And I'm going to be talking about it a couple of times, because we need to embrace the fact that we are attracting students. They are coming to us because we are making them employable. And we would like them to be lifelong employed. This is a good result for the school, this is a good result for the country, this is a good result for the economy. But there is a huge mismatch in expectations from employers and the skills that we are delivering. I'll give you a simple example. I was doing the National Workforce Portal in Malaysia. We have a very young population in Malaysia, 60% under 40 years old, a bit similar. They have around 5% unemployment rate. 90% of the 5% unemployment rate are the graduates. Not the mid-career and not the elders, which is very strange, because in other countries, it's the graduates that have issues finding a job. Then we started researching, and they're like, oh, their grades are not good enough. We need to have more data scientist courses. We need to have more AI courses and whatsoever. No, that was not the problem. The problem was that the industry that is investing in the country needs English speakers. Malaysian education is in Bahasa Malaysia, and only 30% of Malaysian graduates can pass a basic English test. That's why they didn't get jobs. That's why the unemployment went up. So instead of investing in fancy stuff for the university, we just needed to invest in courses of English, prepare them for the English language, and suddenly unemployment decreasing and GDP increasing. It was that simple of a fix. So the exciting news is, if you then look past all the scary stuff, AI is really transforming how we measure skills. Because now we can do an assessment of English, whatever test it is, and straight away we can see which student is suffering with which subject. And then we can give personalized homework in a matter of seconds. Teachers that have been using this in the schools, or schools that have been using this, free up to 8 hours of their time on a weekly basis because of AI grading, AI personalized learning paths. 8 hours a week, so that the teacher can go back to what we want him to do. Teaching, not spending time on a computer behind or after school. That's not the case. Because, again, we are not here to replace the teacher. The teacher is the most interesting, important part of education with kids. It's the teacher that creates passion for subjects. It's the teacher that creates passion for learning, right? We cannot replace that. We don't want to replace that. But we want to help him in his job where everything is so fast moving. So we want to give him tools so that he can measure and monitor the progress of his students, not on a yearly basis, but on a monthly basis. Now, this is important, English skills. It's the most important thing, like I told you. I already told you that countries are now hiring, stealing your people based on one thing, English language. And this only will become bigger. We have a couple of aging populations around us. They are doing the same thing. We need to up the proficiency of English in this country because it's very simple. AI translation tools, they are not there yet. AI translation tools, they don't capture cultural things. They don't capture slang. They don't capture pronunciation yet. It's not ready. So English is the main language that will be feeding these models for the next coming years. If we can increase our proficiency, and think about it, we are ahead of every country in Southeast Asia with our English skills. We are ahead, years ahead. But I see now countries, Cambodia for example, even Myanmar for example, they are upskilling their entire workforce with only one thing, English language. But it's going to take a long time before they are where we are. So we have a head start. But don't forget, they all are coming. They all are changing their procedures. They all are changing the way how they're learning English. So we have a head start. So we really need to focus on this English skills, monitoring, assessing it, and validating it. English communication is key to global opportunities. We will be able to put our Filipino graduates here in Filipinos working for Microsoft in the United States, working for Petronas in Malaysia, working for the European countries. We can truly build a global workforce from here in the Philippines. So, after that, of course, but you guys, I went to the certification building from President Mario today. We should be, with the help of the government, create a global recognized certification of our workforce. Don't look at the international standards. We're going to make our own standard, accredited by the government, accredited by 𝗙𝗵𝗡, accredited by 𝗙𝗃, within support all the universities and colleges that are here. So again, English proficiency remains, will be for many years essential in the AI age. I cannot address it enough. English proficiency, guys. Now, again, is there anything to be scared of? As how I see it, it looks super exciting what is happening. So think about it. We are going from static content, from textbooks that hasn't changed in the last 80 years. We're going to personalized content, dynamic content, produced on the fly. We see something like our students have an issue with this particular subject. We change our way of teaching. We change the curriculum on the spot, on the fly, to make sure we help the students that they grasp the topics faster and easier. This is super exciting. The second thing, standardized testing. It's a day of thing. Let's not help our kids to memorize things. They shouldn't. Let them embrace the tools. Let them help the tools. We now need to go to continuous competency-based validation. 𝗙𝗵𝗡 and 𝗙𝗃 should have a database, a skills database of their workforce that they will be presenting globally. These are the skills we have. Because how is employment going to happen? Already happening. Take any big IT company. They need 10,000 people with skills X, Y, Z. You will be able, if you do this, be able to prove, I have 10,000 Filipinos. They're spread all over the country, and these are the skills, and these are the accreditations they have. So we go from standardized testing that nobody looks at. We're going to go to competency-based validation in a website that we will be using to put our students in the showroom to get a global job. Again, memorizing problem, forget about that. We don't want to do that. We want you to enjoy going to school. We want you to enjoy learning skills. We want you to find passion. If you find something that you're passionate about, if you find a skill that becomes a job and it doesn't feel like a job, your performance will go up and your motivation will go up. Because motivation has a direct correlation to performance at work. So we want you to enjoy your life and your work. Don't forget, you spend more time at your work than at home, right? So why not find something that really suits you and fits you? And then, of course, I said it already today, 80 years long, our education system hasn't changed. One way direction of information. Students, please take your notes, blah, 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 blah. One way, no questions asked, no creativity, no problem solving, no. Just sit down, shut up, write, and do a test, right? Now, with continuous monitoring and skills validations and assessments, we will be able to give personalized plans. We can give student A, he has issues with this particular subject. We give him this homework. Student B, oh, I see he's already way ahead. We don't want to limit his learning. We don't want to stop his learning. Let him embrace and go further. He's probably one of the smartest guys in the subject, but right now, he is the victim of students that cannot follow. So this is now what's happening. That's why I believe AI in learning is amazing. So, key steps for the future. What should we be doing? What should we be doing as a nation? What should we be doing as educators? What should we be doing as school owners? What should we keep in mind? We have to build a scalable assessment infrastructure. We've been doing it for years. It is possible. It should be possible. And it is really, really easy to do. We align our tests with international standards, and let's go. Again, third time I'm going to say it. We need to understand the industry. I don't want to look at job descriptions anymore. We need to learn what are the industry hiring in the future, dissect that to skills, and change our curriculum towards those skills that match with the industry. Industry and schools need to go hand in hand. We are producing, as educators, the future contributors to our GDP. We need to make sure that they have the right skills and it's in alignment with the workforce. many examples in the world right now that students spend 4 years on something that has no future. Can you imagine? I start studying, I study very hard. Oh, that sector disappears. So we need to make sure that we align education and workforce. I told enough about the certification standards. We need to own our own certification standards. We need to show them. President Mario has already started this. And we really need to help and empower our educators and our teachers with the necessary tools so that they can have a better way of teaching and embracing the youth for the future. We need to help them, we need to empower them, we need to upskill them. And Alex will be talking about that in a little bit as well. Now, the future for Filipinos. It's very hard to predict what is happening, but again, we are going to go to a knowledge-based economy. There is no doubt around that. We are already there. You know, we just need to go now up one step. We go up 1 level or 2 levels, and the lower levels we pass to the neighboring countries. Let them do the job. We are going to do more knowledge-based jobs. We are going to create higher paying jobs. We are going to embrace the tools and make it happen. So BPO work is going to change. Healthcare support is going to change. There is emerging opportunities, prompt engineering, AI collaboration. All of these needs humans. All of these Filipinos can be helping. These are all high-paid jobs. These jobs pay more than normal BPO jobs. So, I think this is my last slide. You know, what does success look like? I think 100% I believe that we have everything here so that we can lead this AI revolution in education. We just need to embrace it. We shouldn't be smart of it. We need to start with very small things. Like number 1, let's become the world-leading English assessment hub of the world. We set the standards. We do it every English test. We just did a project for MIT. MIT is looking into foreign students to join the school. Before they even can do the application, you have to do an English exam. It's our English exam that they're doing. But before the application, you have to do an English test. Foreign workers in Singapore, from this year onwards, can't remember which month, every foreign worker, before you can apply for a pass, a working pass, a PR, whatever it is, you have to do and pass an English test. Australia is hiring people, English test. The UK is hiring people for care, English test before they even look at your skills. So we can become there really the leader in it while we build an AI-ready workforce. We need to integrate AI within the education, and we have that. We work on that certification for Filipino professionals. So we really can lead this revolution, guys. I really believe that we have everything here. We just need to make a very few tweaks to the way how we're working right now. And I can guarantee you that our graduates, our future workforce, will be lifelong learners that will be employable for the longest time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Jan. Please stay on stage for the awarding of the Certificate of Merit. I'd like to invite also on stage Sir Mario and Sir Dennis for the awarding of the Certificate of Merit. Allow me first to read the citation. Citation reads, Naga College Foundation Incorporated, East West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, and MNCCI award the Certificate of Merit to 𝗂𝗏𝗏, Chief Executive Officer of NUATU Singapore, in grateful recognition and appreciation of his invaluable contribution, reflective of his knowledge and expertise as panel speaker during the first International AI Education Summit held on March 28, 2025 at the Avenue Convention Plaza. With the theme, The Rise of Quantum AI and Agentic AI in Industry 5.0, Transforming Education, Economy, and Human Potential in the the digital era, given this 28th day of March 2025 at Naga City, Philippines. Signed, Mario C. Villanueva, President of Naga College Foundation and MNCCI, and Dennis Franco M. Layo, President and Chief Executive Officer of East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Yan, for quite an informative discussion. Especially, we look forward to the globally recognized certification, of course, in partnership with educational institutions, government, and other stakeholders. Indeed, in order to be employment ready, our students should know about AI. And so we are very much grateful that we have here representatives from different educational institutions. And now, we move forward to our next plenary session, but before anything else, allow me to recognize our sponsors who made this event more successful. We have our platinum sponsors, Microgold Information Solution and Products Incorporated, GM Solutions Information Technology Solutions. We also have our silver sponsors, Alicia and Charles Solutions Incorporated, Enjoy Realty and Development Corporation, Realizing Dream Community. Our bronze sponsor, Rosemary Ray Quinto of Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and our minor sponsor, Southern Luzon Technological College Foundation Incorporated from Legazpi. Once again, thank you very much to our dear sponsors. And now we move forward to our second plenary session. Our speaker will talk about transformation in Industry 5.0. Allow me now to introduce to you our second speaker. With over 7 years of experience in software, game, and mobile testing, this QA specialist excels in functional, regression, exploratory, compliance, and localization testing. Proficient in tools like Trello, ClickUp, and Confluence, they deliver high-quality bug reports, detailed documentation, and actionable insights to enhance software performance. His expertise spans multiple platforms, including PC, mobile, we have iOS and Android, VR and tablets, ensuring seamless user experiences, having worked on major titles like League of Legends, Wild Rift, Watch Dogs, Legion, and The Ascent. He has proven track record in improving product stability and reducing post-release issues. He is a results-driven QA specialist committed to delivering top-tier quality assurance solutions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Philippe Czarneski.
So first of all, hello. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be able to present for you guys. Actually, I really would like to thank you as well for the hospitality. It's the best one I saw in my life. Yeah, the food, the friends that we met, you know, how open you guys are, how open-minded. And it's been really a pleasure. So today, I would like to talk about the AI, of course, artificial intelligence. But let me start with the question, you know, what really AI is? Like, really, what AI is? For some of us, it's a scary tool that will take my job in a few years. For some of us, it's a ChatGPT that will answer my, you know, questions, how to code the calculator. And for some of us, it's a tool that will make our work, you know, more precise and faster. And I'm gonna be honest with you. At first, when I used AI for the first time, I felt like a cheater, you know, because something did the job for me. I felt like, oh, I am cheating because I used a tool, right? So we really need to embrace AI as a tool that will help us and doing your work faster and more precise, it's not cheating. It's actually a huge help. So Alex, my friend, will elaborate on that topic a little bit more later. So for easier understanding, I'd like to compare the AI with actually our human brains. So in our brains, we use electricity to communicate, so our brain can communicate with every single part. In AI, of course, we use code, very simple. But now it gets a little bit complicated because we have synapses, so the stronger the synapse, the easier and the faster we learn. So that's the human part. And in AI, we use data connections. So if the data connections, what it means. So if the connection is stronger, yeah, between the data, the more it will be, let's say, the stronger connection, the different pieces of data will be displayed or used differently. So let me use an example. We have like 100 pictures of humans in the hats, right? So when we even use our imagination, the human will be more detailed than the hat. So human data have more weight than the hat data, which is very complicated as well, because with data we need to be very, very careful. Soon I'm gonna show you, because there is so much data about watches. Okay, I'm gonna give you a really, really nice example, but very soon. So last thing that I want to mention is memory. We all have memories. They determine us. We can use them to solve problems, right? In AI, we use data, something we created. But what if data is wrong? What if data is not complete? The AI have its boundaries. The AI as a tool cannot go outside the boundaries, right? So we really have to be careful, and we have to have the knowledge what AI boundaries are. So let me show you one of the boundaries. So here is ChatGPT, and here is the picture of the watch that I asked him to generate, right? And I asked him for 5:50 p.m. It's 10 past 10 here. You know why? Why is it not 5:50? Yeah. I can ask him like, hundreds of times to, please fix the watch. I want 5:50. And it happens because 90% of watch pictures have the time 10 past 10. So AI don't know better. Every picture has a 10 or around like 12 past 10. So every single photo of the watches that we have in the internet are 10 past 10. So that's why the human touch is really needed, especially in scenarios like this. We need to embrace AI as a tool, not something that can, take our jobs. Okay? Yeah. You can do it. You can do it yourself. Open ChatGPT in your free time. Open Google. Ask him to make you a watch, and every single time, the photo will be with time 10 past 10. Yeah. Let me come back to the presentation. And so today I would like to share with you as well how AI affected our work. Okay? What tools are we using? How are we using them? Do we know the limits? Okay? So, sorry, too fast. Yeah. So here are the AI tools our company uses. Yeah? The Quayley's web application scanning, Copilot, and Alma. We use to scan our code for the, yeah? I see you taking pictures, sorry. So we use those tools, those two, to scan our code for the critical issues. Okay? So our software testers, they don't have to read through the code, check if it's okay, yes, spend a lot of time. just reading and understanding the code. We can use those tools to scan for the critical issues, remove them, fix them, and move on. So our job is much, much more faster. So Ollama is a very interesting one because you can download it and you can use every AI model on your PC without internet connection. So it's very secure, especially in today's world with cybersecurity and dangerous in the online. You can use every AI model with your local computer, so you don't send data online. And the 11 labs we use to create 3D avatars, and the HeyGen we use to translate text to speech. So we create our lectures with this tool. So this is especially great for small companies. You don't have to hire, a voice actor. You don't have to, pay them a lot. This is great. So here is the platform that we use. And soon I'm going to show you a couple examples of the AI that we use here. So this is the platform that we use for the schooling and for the micro-credentials. I'm going to share with you a little story of me as well. So 10 years ago, when I finished, around 9 years ago, when I finished high school, to get an IT job, all you got to do is finish IT school, know a little bit of English, and be willing to work. Right now, as an example of me, if you want to be a software tester, you need the ISTQB certificate. Either it's necessary, or either it's nice to have. So there is no other way. High school, it's not enough anymore. You need to be like certified in a certain subject, so you need to have a proof that you understand what you're doing in your company. Yeah? And that's why LearnWay was built, to certify people, to help them learn in the subjects they love. So we have artificial intelligence, we have cloud computing, we have cybersecurity in criminology, and this is for everyone, not for students. Businesses as well. Every business needs a cybersecurity, strong cybersecurity team. My uncle works for Rossmann, and he told me they are being attacked at least 50,000 times a year. Yeah, that's not a lot, but imagine if 1% of the attacks were successful. How much data can they steal? How much this will influence their company? So every company, school needs a strong cybersecurity team. So here are a few videos that I will show you how we use the AI on our platform. Yeah. So as you can see, we integrated AI with our help box here. So whenever you approach an issue as a teacher, as a student, as an administrator, all you gotta do is ask correct question. Okay? So you don't have to wait for the response of the administrator, especially when there is a time difference or 12 hours time difference. So I will get my response tomorrow, and what if it's not, what if it does not help, so I have to respond, and it's like a ping pong of messages between people, and without solution. So this is especially good for the teachers. So if the person approaches any issue, ask AI, and the AI will give you the detailed description, step by step, where can you find the place that you're looking for. And yeah, here is another one. We have one more after this one. Yeah. This one might look, simple, but we use it to generate images, so you don't have to look for the picture that will match your quiz or your exam or your survey. You put the prompt, the image is generated, And that just makes your work easier and faster. Yeah. And let's move on to the last one. Yeah. So the last one is about generating quizzes. Yeah. So when you create a test or a quiz, we integrated AI with the creator. So every student, every teacher can use it for the quizzes. So you can do it by your hand, type everything, select correct answers, select the wrong answers, or you can use the AI tool to quickly generate 10 questions about Poland, and every question will be generated within seconds with right and wrong answers. And all you gotta do is assign the students, and the work is done. Like, it took the person, 20, 30 seconds rather than Googling all of the information, gathering data, and just spending a lot of time preparing the quiz. Yeah, this is it about the LearnWay. And here is some information about the cybersecurity, how it looks like in the EU, about the RODO, about the transparency, about how important the cybersecurity is, how the data localization works. Yeah, and this is what we have. This is what I mentioned before. That's why the LearnWay was built, to certify people, to train them in cybersecurity, to let people actually find decent jobs internationally. And of course, we certify people. Yeah. And here's the other thing that we use, as my fellow friend Jan mentioned, that the English is very important, right? As any other language. That opens a lot of doors for the people. You know the language, you can communicate with people in other countries. This makes job finding very easy. So I'm not gonna talk about much about it. So all we do is we create courses from level A1 to C1, listening, reading, writing, of course. This is also for the students. This is also for people in business. So, yeah, and this is our partnerships, and with the backup of our Ministry of National Education in Poland, so if you really need to create a training course or a game or whatever, we as EduExpert, we travel to the dangerous places, okay? So really, we can go everywhere. We go underground, we go mines, we go to the planes, we fly in planes. So we gather data, we use the data to create a perfect course for the people, so they can, so they can learn really how it looks like in real life. Yeah, and this is my last slide. This is the QR code, the number, and yeah. Thank you so much. Yep. There you go.
Thank you very much, Sir Philippe. And now may we invite once again Sir Mario Villanueva and Sir Dennis Layog for the awarding of the Certificate of Merit and Token. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Philippe. Allow me once again to read the citation. NCF East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry awards the Certificate of Merit to Philippe Charneski, EduExpert, Poland in grateful recognition and appreciation of his invaluable contribution, reflective of his knowledge and expertise as panel speaker during the first International AI Education Summit held on March 28, 2025 at the Avenue Convention Plaza. Given this 28th day of March 2025 at Naga City, Philippines, signed Mario C. Villanueva, President of Naga College Foundation and Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Dennis Franco M. Layu, President and Chief Executive of East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated. Thank you very much once again, Sir Philippe. We have a lot of takeaways from the talk, but I'd like to highlight on we need to embrace AI as a tool, but not something to replace our job. And so we must really be very much well informed about AI. And now I am sure we are excited for our third speaker for this afternoon. He will talk about the topic, he will be discussing the topic, how AI is driving workforce globalization and economic shift. Our third speaker is an educational technology strategist with expertise in instructional design, business development, and strategic planning of K-12 sector, holding a Master of Science in Econometrics and Financial Engineering from the London School of Economics and background in finance and physics. He applies data-driven methodologies to optimize learning outcomes and market expression. His work focuses on integrating curriculum with technology, designing scalable professional development models, and leading district-wide innovation initiatives. Fluent in multiple languages and certified in instructional design and nonprofit management, he has a proven track record of managing cross-functional teams and leveraging cognitive learning sciences to enhance digital learning ecosystems. As the founder of MyEduscape, he develops and implements learner-centered, interactive educational solutions. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Alex Orea.
Thank you for that introduction. It sounds so much better when she says it, my background, than anybody else. But anyway, I just want to start first by recognizing this man, because vision is nothing, okay, without execution. Execution takes a lot of hard work, determination, a great team. It takes legacy. But the more and more I learned about Dr. Villanueva and his legacy, the more I am so impressed by the tenacity, the determination, and the fact that I told my partner, my business partner, Lainey, that this was a real Renaissance man, you know? So you're so blessed to have this person's legacy behind you and taking you forward. And President Mario, I think, does a wonderful job stepping into those shoes. So really congratulate you. So I learned something last night that I thought I knew, that Filipinos love to sing, and you sing well. So I want you to help me with this, okay? When I say A, you say I, okay? A. 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 Louder. A. One more time. A. Okay, good. Because AI is nothing without I. Okay? If you leave here knowing nothing else, you should leave knowing that AI can do nothing without you, without how you empower it, how you use it, etc. It's a great tool, but it's your tool. It should make you more efficient. If you're a medical technician, it will help you. If you're an English literature major, it should help you. If you're a professor of data science, it can help you. But A is nothing without I, meaning you. That is really important to understand. The other thing to know is that AI is about innovation, right? Things happen very fast. This morning, I was blessed to speak with about 100 students, 200 students, 100 from the College of Education at Naga, and another 100, I think, in the criminology department. And one of the things I said to them is that change is happening faster than it happened to your parents, to your grandparents, to your great-grandparents. And change brings innovation. But we need to understand about innovation, that innovation isn't just about something new. Innovation could make something that exists better. So remember, something innovative isn't just something new. Something innovative could make something better that already existed. A disruptive innovation is a little different. A disruptive innovation really changes the game, okay? It changes the way things were done prior to that innovation, okay? It's a game changer. That's disruptive. One of the first disruptive innovations may have happened with luggage. And the fact that luggage existed before it had wheels. This is one of my favorite shows. They make fun of me, my friends, like, you like Little House on the Prairie? That's the girls' show. I am a full-fledged member of the Little House on the Prairie Club. Have you ever seen it? Okay, I love it. Makes me happy. They always, happy ending, right? So, but back then, there was carriages, okay? And carriages had wheels, okay? Right? They had wheels. And I think this one has luggage somewhere. Yes, here. So in the 17 and 1800s, we had luggage and we had wheels. But it wasn't until 1973 that we put wheels on luggage. That was a disruptive innovation. Because remember, we had luggage, we had wheels. But why did it take 230 years to put them together? That's disruption. That happens. That can happen with anybody. Can bring disruption. Now, the other thing is, it wasn't until 1987 that the handles were put on luggage and you could tilt them sideways and push them on wheels. 1987. Imagine. That's how long it took. So these innovations happen all the time. And there was an ad in the Daily News in 1973. Daily News is a major newspaper in New York. And that ad said, rolling luggage, best for business travel, family visits, road trips, and travel to urban areas. Now, back in the 70s, it was very dangerous in New York. The Bronx, not so good. So having wheels on luggage was good because if you had to carry them on your head when you were running away in the Bronx, it made it easier. This way I had wheels, I could go faster. Maybe downtown Manila was scary someday, you know. With wheels, I can get away faster, okay? So this is good. But we've had innovations before. We've had the industrial revolutions, right? The first one was mechanization and steam power. Do you think this took away jobs or made jobs? It made jobs because people had to fix these things. They had to build and cut the metal to put them together. We needed workers to do that. We needed materials. We needed more people to support this innovation. Then we had the second industrial revolution, mass production in electricity. We had production lines of cars. But we needed the rails to move the cars along, so somebody had to lay down the rails. Somebody had to build the tools to put the wheels on the cars faster. Somebody had to bring the electricity to the factories. Somebody had to wrap the electrical cables in the right materials. So it created jobs. Second industrial revolution. Third one, digitalization and automation. We've all lived through this. Created jobs. We needed computer programmers. We needed coders. We needed people to put shells on computers and laptops. We needed, when you buy an iPhone, okay, what else do you buy? The case. Maybe you buy some other attachment. Then when you upgrade your iPhone or your Android, what do you need? You need a new cable, okay, because the previous one doesn't work because they want to make more money, right? That's what happens. So it creates jobs. The third industrial revolution created jobs. Then we get to the fourth industrial revolution, which is considered the collaboration of humans and technology, or humans and AI. And this is where things can change. But I don't think it's a revolution, okay? I don't think it's a revolution at all. I think what we have is a renaissance. This is an industrial renaissance because in the past, if I wanted to embrace technology, maybe I needed a computer and I couldn't afford a computer. Maybe I needed Wi-Fi, but I had to go to the cafe to get Wi-Fi. Maybe I still do. Or I had to be in school or the library, right? So it wasn't accessible. This revolution is different. I go into the poorest cities sometimes, and every child seems to have one of these. Okay? So we have access now. So if I have one of these, I have AI. I can access ChatGPT, I can access Perplexity or something else. It's accessible. So it's not a revolution, it's a renaissance, because if you think of the definition of a renaissance, okay, it's a rebirth or a revival. And this is what's happening. We have a rebirth that can happen. We can empower ourselves because AI can be empowering. And it shouldn't be so scary, okay? Not at all. So what are the types of AI? We've got diagnostic AI. That's very basic AI. That AI has been in street lights in cities for years. That knows what time of day to make the street lights change faster, what time to make them go slower. It reads the traffic and adjusts the traffic lights. Sometimes it changes based on the weather. So that AI has been around a while. The next AI is predictive AI. That predicts what you're going to do potentially. When you order the same books on Amazon all the time. I love books, I love history books, and I love books on innovation. So it knows to send me those types of books, right? That's predictive AI. It predicts things based on my prior patterns. And the same thing happens in machine learning. Machines predict things based on your prior patterns. How many of you have seen a smart thermostat? Okay? A smart thermostat learns your patterns. It knows that you like it to be cooler at night and you lower the thermostat if you're blessed enough to have air conditioning. Okay? It knows that certain days of the year you may have gatherings, and it starts to memorize. Well, for 4 years in a row, on the 25th of December, there seems to be a lot of heat in the house because you have families over. It memorizes these things over time. That is predictive. The third AI is generative. This is the game changer. This is where we can create information on our own by asking AI questions, which I'll show you in a minute. Generative AI allows us to be creators, not consumers. When Google came out, or Bing, or what was the first, Yahoo, remember Yahoo? Or even AOL, you would search for something. Let's say, how many libraries in Bacoa? And it would tell you. But that was just information. You were consuming information. You weren't creating. AI allows you to be a creator. And that is the key. Generative AI allows you to create new content. It can be audio, text, images, videos, simulations. But you have to know what you're asking for. You have to know what you're looking for. Agentic AI acts a little more autonomously, and that's what we have in self-driving cars, robotic automation, smart assistants. It starts to memorize patterns and make base decisions on them. Okay? The AI in a self-driving car starts to memorize how to get you home from certain places. You can tell AI, if you take your child to soccer practice every Tuesday and Thursday, you can it'll memorize where the field is. And you can say, take us to the soccer field after a few times, and it'll take you there. That's what happens in self-driving cars. Prompt engineering. That's another term we hear. And it's easy. See, prompt engineering is just asking the right questions. Right? When you type in the AR bars, the better question you ask, the better answer you're going to get. And that's all prompt engineering is. Okay? It's crafting the input, meaning the prompt. That's a good question. And that's going to give you the best answer. So if you want the best output, you need to ask better questions. Okay? Simply put, nothing scary. Now, this is important to understand because I'm trying to make things simple because this is not that hard. And I'm not that smart. I have people around me that are much smarter than me. Okay? A large language model is basically, if I closed off this room, okay, Then I only allowed the data scientists, all their research, the criminology professors, and the nursing professors to be in this room and all their research. And then I locked the room up. I can create a space where I control that knowledge. But I can use AI to extract that knowledge from the sources I control. I blocked it all out. That's a large, I'm not going out to the world to ask questions. I'm only asking questions of the environment I created and all those assets. Think of all the research papers, the books, all the assignments you've collected as educators over the years. If you can put that in a large language model, and then you can ask it, please create the best biology paper possible. It's going to pull from all the biology papers that were written, all the research, and give you that result based on the stuff you put into that room. That's a large language model. Very simple, okay? If you are running a coffee shop, you put all the information you want in your large language model. Everything about your coffee beans, the way you prepare the coffee beans, the way you percolate, the water you use, the speed, all those things become part of your natural large language model. But here's the difference now, and this is what's interesting, right? It took 3.5 years to reach 1 million users of Netflix. So Netflix comes out 25 years ago. It took 3.5 years to get 1 million users. Okay? ChatGPT comes out 3 years ago. It took 5 days to get to 1 million users. This is different. Okay? I could show you also that to get to 100 million users, WhatsApp took 40 months. 40 months. YouTube 44. ChatGPT took 2 months to get to 100 million users. This is different. We can't avoid it. We can't run from it. It doesn't matter. We can say, well, I'm too old for it. No, you're not. The older you are, the more powerful you'll be with AI, because if you take that human intelligence, that wisdom you have acquired, and now you connect AI to it and it helps you more, it's going to help you even more than an 18-year-old. What does an 18-year-old know? Okay? So the more wisdom and experience you have, the more powerful AI will make your knowledge. Because you control that knowledge. And remember, AI, I control it. Okay? And there's a lot of research on this. There's articles on human intelligence is irreplaceable, so I mentioned that. But the Future of Jobs report is interesting because it talks about the skills in high demand. And some of them we know. But think about this. We don't just want problem-solving skills now. We want somebody who can solve complex skills. Problem-solving, you can Google answers. You can use AI to cheat, get your answers. But complex problem-solving is different. It makes assessment more challenging. Okay, so does AI concern educators because students can cheat? Yes, maybe, but that just means we have to make our assessments better. We have to dust off the old assessments and make them a little better. We have to challenge these kids because we'll make the kids better. I believe in problem anticipation, even over problem solving. And what's problem anticipation? So about 10 or 12 years ago, maybe more, in the United States, we had Hurricane Katrina. And there was so much damage in New Orleans, people died, it was terrible. Part of the problem was that the hurricane came and pushed the water over the levees. And the levees are these walls that aren't very tall, but they're meant to hold the water back. Those levees gave way and the city flooded. So would you rather have been the engineer that fixes the problem after it happened? Or do you want to be the engineer that anticipated the problem and fixed it and saved lives? You want to be the anticipator. Okay? You want to be the anticipator. Emotional intelligence, I think you need emotional agility. You've got to be agile these days. Intelligence is not enough. Okay? I will tell you that intelligence is not enough. People can sound really smart using AI. So we need to apply a little more soft skills into that. And I'll tell you the story of my son, which my colleagues have heard for a few days, but I am very blessed. My son is a design engineer at Tesla in California, and he got his 3rd promotion in 2 years. So 2 months ago, I said, Matthew, I'm so proud of you. He says, Dad, stop, please, because it's not that hard. I'm like, what do you mean it's not hard? He goes, these other kids, they come from like the best schools. They come from Asia, they come from Europe, because Tesla can hire anybody. But they don't know how to recover from failure. When they get something wrong, they curl up in a ball and go home. You know, he said to me, Dad, they're the same kids. When I was in school, they took a test and they were like this. They were the same kids that the teacher asked a question. Me. Okay? But now they get into the real world and it's different. They're not agile. Okay? They're not agile thinkers. That's needed. So collaborating is important, coordinating is key, and managing processes. Processes is key. So let's move on to what we believe AI is doing. What do we believe? We believe that it's going to take these people, AI is going to come in, and all of a sudden, it's going to make, we only need those people. That's not true. We can allow it to happen, but it doesn't have to happen. But this is what a lot of people believe. AI is going to take away jobs, all right? It's going to create a shift, a mindset shift. So we have to plan for this mindset shift, how we view things differently, because it's part of our survival. Not that we're all going to die, but it's part of our survival in terms of maintaining the integrity of our careers, the integrity of our businesses, the integrity of our educational institutions. We have to shift our mindset. So we have to plan that if we embrace AI, not be afraid, we understand it, okay? President Mario hold classes after school. He'll teach you, all right? If we embrace AI, we can now do more. We can take these people and turn them into more productive people. They can do more. They can become true knowledge workers. Jan Lambrecht talked about the shift to knowledge workers, because you have one of the youngest, if not the youngest population in Southeast Asia and many parts of the world. If we raise these kids, these young people, and empower them as knowledge workers, you'll have one of the most amazing forces for work available. And we need to do this. It's possible. So again, we believe AI will take people, and these little chatbots are going to take over. Don't let it happen. It's in your control. It's not going to happen. So we have to reskill and upskill, and we have to make these people more productive, not just call center specialists, but they need to be able to escalate the issue themselves, not just follow a script, right? Not just follow a script. Because the first wave of BPO growth in the Philippines, you took a lot away from India. Because at least in the US, there was a lot of research, and it said, Americans love to hear a Filipino voice in English much more than an Indian accent. That's the truth. No offense against the Indians. But that was the basic research. People reacted much better emotionally to the kind voice of the Filipino than they did to the Indian. But it's also because English is so much more part of your language. You know? So, but now it's changing. Now we have Indians learning better English, so we have to up our game, and that's transferring that knowledge. So we have to identify the middle ground. The middle ground is called fusion. How do we, not fuse where we stick robots in our heads. That's not what I'm talking about. Because there's so many pictures of that, right? People say AI, they see humanoid robots. What I'm saying is we need to fuse our existing skills that we need and competencies and align how AI may help us in those areas. We need to have those fusion skills identified. So let's talk about the AI agent, okay? The AI agent, it's very scary. The AI agent could penetrate the room and shut off the air conditioning any minute. That is the AI agent. Okay, no, that's not the AI agent, okay? The AI agent is just taking this person's roles and integrating it with AI. Asking, what things do I need to do as a company or business or as a school that an AI agent can help me do more efficiently? So all it is a system or program that can perform basic tasks for you. You don't have to do them on your own anymore. So we move from process integration. So without AI agents, we're moving from process integration to business innovation, from automation to orchestration. So this is what happens, right? We don't lose as many people. We just move them over to be more innovators. So we go from this to this. So now we're working in collaboration with AI. We're moving people to be more innovative, not just monkey, kind of jobs that anybody could do. They start to think more. We require more of them. AI makes them more productive. And that's called the amplification effect. How do I amplify human potential and human capacity? Because that human has learned to use AI to get rid of all the basic tasks. I can work on the more interesting tasks. And businesses, we spoke to President Mario about this earlier in the week. How do businesses digitally process map? Okay? That's a big question. And let me explain a digital process map. I'll get to this in a minute, but a digital process map looks at the basic processes I do now. I retrieve files, I look at emails, okay? That's a lot of how many times do I review work? If I'm a professor, how many papers am I reviewing? How many term papers, things like that? How many emails am I reading? An AI agent will help you with this work. We'll take the information, look through it, and identify specific prompts that you see, okay? Specific prompts. So if you're a professor and you're reviewing papers, those papers submit to you digitally, an AI agent can say, please tell me where there's missing periods or commas. Please tell me all the grammatical stuff. Because you don't want to check the grammar. Punctuation, that's boring. The AI agent, if you train it to, it'll do it for you. Now you can look more at the context. Did the student understand? You can use the AI agent. A business, if you're taking in claims as in a small insurance company, if you're running a coffee shop, I'll show you a minute how you can use this. So you're pulling this information out using an AI agent. You can be using and creating an AI agent within 3 days. Okay? I'm going to show you how in a little bit. So artificial intelligence is not going to replace humans. But some humans may be replaced who don't embrace it. This is a common saying, and it's a reality. But it's not to be scared because you have the choice. Nobody's taking AI away from you. It's free, unless you pay up, but the free version works fine. So I believe that a job that is replaced with AI may not be worth having. Now, you may have somebody, a relative, that calls you up and says, oh, how are you? Oh, God, Paul, I just lost my job. Like, oh, how long you've had the job? 19 years. What were you doing? Well, I was answering phone calls. Well, how many phone calls? Oh, Paul, I answered about 300 calls a day. For 17 years? Yeah. And you're sad you lost that job? Well, yeah. I'll get a paycheck. I said, well, what if you got a new job? And in that job, you used AI to review of those 300 calls, what are the 30 calls that you really needed to escalate and find solutions for people? Not just push them along. Because when you help others, it makes you feel good. And if you raise yourself to be a knowledge worker, that means you are acquiring knowledge that you are sharing with others. And there's nothing more beautiful than that, So I can talk about the cornerstones of future work. Stuff's happening, medical research. There are vaccines being developed 48 months faster than they were developed 2 years ago. I believe that antibiotics is a lot of garbage because they work, okay? But his DNA is different than my DNA. So how is the antibiotic amoxicillin going to help us the same? AI is going to be able to scan our DNAs quickly and decide that he needs a different version of amoxicillin than I do. And maybe instead of getting over a virus in 5 days, I get over it in 2. AI is accelerating that research, okay? So it's different. And in farming, I can send out my drone, look at the farm, see where the dirt is drying up faster, look at irrigation trends. But if I integrate AI, AI can memorize how many times did that plot of the farm dry up faster during the year. When did it flood? I can start collecting data, and then I can compare it with all the other farms in the area. The AI can do it for me and make me more productive and maybe grow more crops. So AI is doing a lot of things in this future, in the future of work. Let's see if I can get this to work. You know, first I'm going to go to, before I get into the AI, I'm going to talk about education a little bit. I have a few more minutes. Okay? So let's connect to education. So we're going to shift. We're going to shift education. What's the future of education? Well, there's something really interesting. How many of you know how humans learn? How many of you are educators? Raise your hand. Many people, right? Okay. How many of you took a course in college, How Humans Learn? Anybody? I don't know. So, I looked into the top 25 colleges in the U.S. that have colleges of education. Not a single one of those colleges teaches students how humans learn. Not a course, not one course. How is it possible that I go to a college of education and nobody teaches me how humans learn? Now, I'm not being critical because the top 25 in the U.S. don't teach it. Maybe here it's not taught yet. But we need to understand how humans learn first, before we become teachers. How can we possibly be good educators if we don't know how the brain works? It's not possible. Then all we become is pushes of information, right? So there's 3 different types of learning. And I have a degree in cognitive learning, but I learned a lot more from studying and research than I did from the degree because the professors didn't really understand it, you know, at the time. But experiential learning is one way people learn. And experiential learning is learning by doing. Learning by that experience. Yes, sir. Okay? That's experiential learning. That's one way that our brains work. The second way is social learning. People like to learn with other people. Yep. People love to learn with others. Kids love to have study groups. My daughter is studying to be a nurse. And she has done so much better when she was able to work in a study group. 2 things that help my daughter, because my daughter's the 3rd child and the last one. And the 3rd child is always different. Okay? Always different. You know, if you have parents, the 3rd kid is different. Okay? And I love her to death, but she's very, very different. She started excelling because I knew I had to get her to her 3rd year of nursing school. Because the first 2 years was just reading the books and going to labs. And she was getting C+ and B's. She was like, oh, God. Okay? Now she gets to her 3rd year and she's doing her clinicals. She has received 11 awards since she's entered her clinicals. All the awards for best drawing of blood, the best suturing. Do you know how many awards they've given out in her group? 11. As of yesterday, she won the 11th one. Okay? Why? Because she's experiencing. That's who she is. She's an experiential learner. Her grade started going up when she had a study group because she's also a social learner. Okay? 2 ways of learning. The 3rd way is problem-based learning. Some people like to be challenged. They want purpose. So why am I solving this? Why do I need to know it? Well, you'll be able to solve problems or design solutions. That's so important. So experiential learning, which is learning by doing. Social learning, which is learning with others in community. When you have business groups, the Chamber of Commerce, okay? You guys, you show up, you talk about, wow, you know, I'm going through this right now. And your friend says, you know, I went through that, brother. I went through that 2 years ago. And then you feel better that somebody else went through it. And then that guy tells you, this is how I solved it. And then somebody comes in and says, I had the same thing. And you're social, that's social learning. You know, first sometimes it's social suffering, but then it's social learning, right? That's what happens. So the key to success with AI is information processing, okay? And information processing is based on cognitive learning. Information processing theory, by definition, is mimicking how the brain works so we can make the computer work that way. So the greatest computer researchers in the world, going back to the 1950s, studied cognitive theory in order to learn how to program mainframes and computers. So the greatest computer we have is the brain. And the computer is meant to work like the brain to be most effective. So the key to success with AI is to be human. That's the theory, okay? So the university challenge is this one that I told you. If you're an educational institution. I don't understand this. How do we not kids teaching students how the brain works? How are they going to reach and differentiate? What is the average class size in the Philippines? It's not 10, I know that. And teaching 10 people differently is hard enough. So if we're not teaching differentiation along with how people learn, how kids learn, we're not getting our kids ready to be successful. And we need to do that. These are the different impacts on education that AI has. Tutoring, automation, online learning, data analytics, all those things we can have a long conversation about. We don't have to have it now. But the future of education and AI-powered learning is first looking within and going back to the digital process audit, okay? What I mean by that is, go back to the digital process plan for business. It's the same thing in education. All of your universities should do a digital process audit. You should look at all your processes in the back office, in administration, in development if you have alumni, in research. Look at all the processes and understand, how do I automate those with AI? And then go to the kids. Because if you model AI for yourselves, it's easier to do it for the kids, for the students. But you want to gain those efficiencies as institutions of higher learning. That's the idea. So this quote reminds me of what we need to do. And I learned about this quote because I watched Gladiator 2 on the plane here. I watched many movies. It was a long flight. God bless you. And Gladiator 2, I learned Marcus Aurelius was a real guy. I didn't know that. Shame on me. A philosopher. And he said, look within. Within is the fountain of good. So we need to look within as university leaders. How do we use this technology first to help us do our jobs better? To augment us, and then move forward and work with our professors on how to augment them, and then we could work with the kids. We always want to work with the kids first because we can say our kids are doing AI, we raise our enrollment, all that stuff, but we need to bring institutional change. We need to look within. So that's the whole digital processing map. I was told I have 5 minutes, which is now 4 minutes, so I'm just going to get through this a little quicker. This is Kathy Hogan. I've known her for like 11 years. She's hired hundreds of thousands of people. She said that a lot of the kids they're hiring in Microsoft fail in their first year, right out of school. Because they're not prepared to fail. They don't know how to fail. They've been straight A students their whole life. They haven't struggled. They haven't had productive struggle, okay? Pushing towards the right answer takes tenacity. But using AI, you can push to the wrong answer faster. And what I mean by that is, you can fail faster with AI. So you can get to the right answer sooner. Hope you understand that. You fail faster, you succeed sooner. Believe me, I know. Okay, I've had my share of failures. Siemens, the director of Siemens, we work with Siemens employs 370,000 engineers worldwide. Meaningful inquiry. She wants people who can do meaningful inquiry. Well, Inquiry is prompt engineering, asking good questions. Inquiry, good question asking leads to innovation. Being tenacious, not settling on the first invention, but continuing to push forward, okay? Back in 1947, I think it was, Dr. Villanova said, we're going to be a university, okay? Someday soon, that's going to happen. You have to set the boundary, the marker, and you got to keep asking the right questions, and you've got to keep looking forward. So it leads to solution design, and I'm going to get through some of this because this is all about solution design. 3 years ago, there were 10,000 jobs in the US that said the word solutions. Now there's 1.7 million. People want employees who can solve problems, not just show up, to ask good questions. We need solution designers, not problem solvers. You know, Jan said that the resume is so dated. We've used it for 80 years. How do we prove somebody's a good team worker? Because they told us? Nah. We need solution designers. Can you work with others well? Can you play in that sandbox well? So we're preparing kids for careers that already expired. That's part of the challenge. We're going to fix that. So I'm going to switch, if I can, for 2 minutes. I'm just going to... Can you guys get me on my Wi-Fi? I just want to get on the ChatGPT. Should I, let me just unconnect and reconnect. It's not the right. Yay, okay. So let's start with a business question, okay? So I have a coffee shop, okay? Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I'm off again. Sorry, guys. Dual display, yeah. So if you can keep it dual display. Keep changes. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try and what AI agents will make my coffee shop better? This is the free version of ChatGPT. Okay? So you can do this. You can put in, I have a delivery service, what can it do? So it's telling me I can have AI agents that help me with customer service and ordering. They can be the voice for my drive-through. I can do inventory using AI. I can do my scheduling with AI. I can do personalized marketing. and a loyalty program. All these things. And you're saying, well, how do I create an agent? Well, maybe I graduate to Microsoft Copilot. And on the right, I can ask the same question, and it'll help me get the right agent and create the agent. Now I just need to get an large language model, drop these agents in, and I'm off and running. Is it this easy? Yes and no, but it's possible. So this is just a very simple example in business how you can use AI very simply. Ask it a question, okay? And one last question, and then I'm done. I know. So I want to design a lesson plan on the history of Bicol for middle and high school students. It's laying it out. Key historical events in Bicol's history, the map of the region, begin with a discussion, early history and Spanish colonization, World War II and Japanese occupation. Then I can do some group activities, and I can keep asking questions. Generate an image of that map before the Spanish Revolution. Generate an image of the map when the Japanese invaded. And I can continue. The power of the question will make my lesson stronger. And then I can add. So, that's what I wanted to show you. I really appreciate being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you, President Villanueva. God bless.
Thank you very much, Sir Alex. Please join us once again on stage, Sir Dennis, Sir Mario, for the awarding of the Certificate of Merit and the awarding of tokens. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Alex. This Certificate of Merit is awarded to Alex Orea, in grateful recognition and appreciation of his invaluable contribution reflective of his knowledge and expertise as panel speaker during the first International AI Education Summit held on March 28, 2025 at the Avenue Convention Plaza. Given this 28th day of March 2025 at Naga City, Philippines, signed Mario C. Villanueva and Dennis Franco M. Layug. Thank you very much once again, Sir Alex, for empowering us more on how we can use artificial intelligence and be not afraid. As mentioned by Sir Alex, AI cannot replace humans. We just have to learn how to use it properly and navigate it properly. Thank you very much, Sir Alex. It was quite insightful. We learned a lot. And now, I am sure we have been learning a lot from our three speakers. So to sort of break the ice and for us to not have information overload, we will be given a performance by, allow me to introduce them to all of you. They are the first Rondalia group that was able to perform at Hong Kong Disneyland. So I am sure we already have an idea, but while we are waiting for NCF Rondalia to join us here on stage and to perform for all of us, allow me first to inform everyone, all the academic institutions and industries, we encourage you to explore the innovations and advanced technologies situated near the entrance of this hall. We have the digital notebooks, AR class VR, we have 𝗙𝗵𝗄, robot, Dobot, robotic arm, fun floor, and Big X reality police box. So we may approach the booths that we have at the back to experience more and immerse in the beauty of our AI and all the product offers at the back. So once again, we are about to enjoy a wonderful performance by NCF Rondalia. As mentioned a while ago, they are the very first Rondalia group of an educational institution that was able to perform at Hong Kong Disneyland. Truly a pride, not just of Naga College Foundation, but of the entire Bicol region. So as we wait, we also would like to thank once again the organizers of this event, we have Naga College Foundation Incorporated, East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much. We also have our platinum sponsors, Information Solution and Products Incorporated, GM Solutions Information Technology Solutions, and our silver sponsors, Alicia and Charles Solutions Incorporated, Enjoy Realty and Development Corporation, Realizing Dream Community. Thank you as well to our bronze sponsor, Rosemary Ray Quinto of Albay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and of course, our minor sponsor, thank you very much as well, to Southern Luzon Technological College Foundation, Incorporated from Legazpi City. Thank you once again to everyone who has initiated to have this meaningful, momentous event. We also have educational institutions joining us. Thank you very much. Mariners Polytechnic Colleges Foundation Incorporated, Legazpi. Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Calabanga. Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Sipocot. Bicol College Incorporated. Department of Trade and Industry, Regional Office 5, thank you very much. Commission on Higher Education, Regional Officer 5. Department of Science and Technology, Regional Office 5. Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Pili. University of St. Anthony. Universidad de Santa Isabel de Naga Incorporated. University of Santo Tomas, Legazpi. Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. Shepherdville College. Bicol University. Ateneo de Naga University. Department of Information and Communications Technology, Region 5. Sorsogon State University. LGU Naga Investment and Tourism Promotions Office, Biggs Incorporated. Pasacao Academy Incorporated. Naga Parochial School, Naga City School of Arts and Trades, Catanduanes Chamber of Commerce and Industry, St. Peter Baptist College Foundation Incorporated, Safe and Sound Cities Naga, STI College Naga, Naga City People's Council, Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges, North Hills College of Asia Incorporated, Divine Word College of Legazpi, Naga City People's Council, Cavite Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Alicia and Charles Solutions Incorporated, University of Nueva Cáceres, Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Camarines Sur, Nueca Technologies Incorporated, the Avenue Plaza Hotel, Atlantic Bakery and Cafeteria, and of course, Naga College Foundation. Right after the performance, we still have two more plenary sessions with the topics AI innovation in law enforcement and public safety programs and the workforce of the future, AI enhanced or AI replaced. There's a question hanging, so we are about to get the answer to that later during the session. And we will also be having a plenary session right after all the talks are done. We hope you're enjoying the food that has been served. And if you have later on questions, perhaps we can have them during the plenary discussion. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to Naga College Foundation, Rondalia. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, NCF Rondalia with their music director, Sir 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 At this point, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Attorney Maria Leonora G. Robredo. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. We will be given words of inspiration by Attorney Maria Leonora G. Robredo, our 14th Vice President of the Philippines and Chairperson and President of 𝗙𝗵𝗽𝗀 Incorporated. Once again, a round of applause please for Attorney Maria Leonora G. Robredo.
Good. I am not as tall as Tonette, so I hope you can still see me. I'll stay here. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Mario and the rest of the Naga College Foundation family, all the honored guests, to all of you who are here this afternoon, maray na hapon sa Indogabos, I would like to apologize for coming late and for leaving right after my talk. Today is the first day of the campaign and we are all over the place. So pasensya na po. These days, artificial intelligence feels less and less like a foreign concept as it permeates into our everyday lives. Beyond everyday tasks, advancements have changed the way our industries operate too. There are now robots and machines that can do at much faster pace. Many tasks and jobs, etc. Companies learn more and more into the perceived ease such progress brings, while our schools struggle to play catch up. Our students tend to gravitate to AI platforms to make their schoolwork easier. Workplaces all over the world count on AI tools to transform their processes, at times at the cost of humans. The ability to process vast amounts of information at lightning speed, as quantum AI does, represents a revolutionary leap that has enhanced adaptive learning and advanced problem solving across industries and sectors. The same can be said of agentic AI, which has introduced to us AI-powered tutors, a wider access to information, and the ability to automate tasks that would have otherwise taken up more time. On paper, all of this sounds spectacular. But the truth is, because of AI's continuing presence in our lives, it is crucial that all of us commit to using these new technologies to promote the common good. We are called to find spaces in which to understand how AI is changing the landscape of our lives. Is it making us lazier and more complacent? Are our jobs and our very purpose being threatened by its presence? How do we move forward from here? The future of our sectors and industries are inevitably tied to the advancements that mankind has introduced and will continue to do so in the years ahead. It is my hope that when future generations ask what we did with the growing power of AI and technology, they can find that we are able to shape an environment that is more inclusive, policies that still consider the complexities of human needs, and a culture that constantly chooses to extend empathy, especially to those who are most in need. That at the end of the day, we took this power into our hands, used it responsibly, and decided in solidarity to make our world much better because of it. May we turn the disruptions of our lives into potent tools for hope and shared progress. Together, let us not just adapt to change, let us lead it. Mabuhay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Lenny. Let us not just adopt to change, let us lead it. What an impactful message to all of us. Thank you very much, Attorney Lenny, for joining us this afternoon despite of your busy schedule. So a while ago, we were able to enjoy the performance of NCF Rondalia. Once again, thank you very much for sharing with us your wonderful talent. We hope to see you in more platforms soon. And in just a short while, we will be moving forward with 2 more talks for this afternoon, which are equally important for us to learn. We've already had 3 topics, and now we are to move forward with our 4th talk for this afternoon. But before that, we are still to enjoy more performances from NCF Rondalia. So once again, let us all welcome the musical director of NCF Rondalia, Sir Venrich. And once again, let us give a resounding applause for Naga College Foundation, Rondalia. Once again, Naga College Foundation, Rondalia. Thank you very much. All right, so we have enjoyed the music of NCF Rondalia, and in just a short while, we will be moving forward with our 2 more plenary sessions for this afternoon. Allow me once again to quote what Attorney Leni Robredo said: let us not just adopt the change, let us lead it. And our next topic for this afternoon is something that needs the help of the community. It's quite impactful: law enforcement and public safety programs. So, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about AI innovation in law enforcement and public safety programs, allow me to introduce to you our speaker. She is an expert in immersive technology for defense and law enforcement, and has been instrumental in developing Taiwan's largest military and police XR simulation training program, driving global adoption and collaboration, continuously expanding XR training technologies into international markets, setting new standards for virtual reality-based tactical training. She is the director of Big X Reality, leading innovation in XR training solutions. Once again, let's give a power-packed round of applause to Miss Grace Chang.
Maganda hapon po. I learned several days, and yeah, hopes that better come now. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you very much that President Mario invited us. I already met him 2 years ago, so it's my second time to Naga actually. Yes, it's a very friendly, and music bank is very perfect place. Yeah, we already has experienced that. And next we are going to move on to talk about how we the reimagination, the education, AI plus XR can bring us to a totally different way for training. Okay, so before my theme, I'm going to ask a question. Is anyone have any idea about what is XR is? Anyone have any ideas about this? Anyone heard XR before? Anyone? Please raise your hands. Anyone? No? You know, someone tell me that, oh, it's a kind of whiskey. Yeah, you're not, yeah, whiskey called XR, but no. Okay, and then what is XR? Oh, okay, I see someone raise their hands, and I'm going to have a small interview. Okay, so, sir, would you like to answer the question, what the XR is?
Extended reality.
Extended reality, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, okay, very well, okay. And next page. Okay, now we are going to move on. I believe that have everyone played this? Yes? Yes? Anyone try? Not yet? Okay, you can try. Pokemon is a very worldwide famous game. So this technology we call AR, and it's augmented reality. It means you can see the virtual things that in the reality. So when you through your device like a smartphone or your pad, with the park, you can see some virtual things here, like a Pikachu, you can see it. Okay, so also we use this kind of technology for the maintenance training, especially actually like in the medically or in the factory. So when some problem happen, they just through this, and to figure out, an expert will have a phone call and telling you how to fix it. Okay, next. And next one is the virtual reality that we call it. It's very immersive way to training. So you will have to wear a goggle, and then you will get into a totally immersive environment. So if I wear a goggle here, you guys will be disappear. I will get into a whole new world, actually. Okay, and today we also bring some demonstration here. So later, if you are interested with that, please come to find me, and we can bring you to another world. Next. Okay, and then here is a MR, mixed reality, and it's widely used in the, for example, like in the aircraft training, especially for Air Force. So MR means like mixed reality, so it combined with the virtual reality and augmented reality together. So you can see virtual in the, you can see the real things in the virtual and see the virtual in the reality. Okay, then next. Now we are come back to the XR. And actually, XR is an umbrella term for all kind of immersive technologies, all included. So we're not going to talk about too much, but we just say XR. Okay, next. And here you see, that is a way to show you that the difference between XR and other technologies. So here, Six Stove is you are going to experience that you are totally in that environment. So it's very immersive technology. So it's very good for training, especially later we are going to talk about law enforcement training, because you know, for the law enforcement, the distance, keep you safe, right? Okay, so that's why we use this kind of technology to training law enforcement a lot. Next. Okay, so here is when I was kids, we use the blackboard, you see, slideshow, a lot of things. And actually, you know, the kids from nowadays, we call it Generation Alpha. And from Y, they are Alpha. And what they're born with, they're born with ChatGPT, born with YouTube, born with a lot of social media. They are born with this kind of technology. Then, as an educator, what is the better way to teach them, to let them feel like, okay, learning things is much better than YouTube? What? We have to think about it. Because if without interaction, they will feel like less interesting because they don't read. Less read. Like I cannot say they don't read, but less kids read. So because I have several conversations with different kids, we found out they are difficult to concentrate with books. They say, oh, what's this? But if with video, better. And what is much better with that? We are going to find out. Okay, and here we are going to provide some our use case that we already cooperate with Taiwan National Police Agency. With 4 years ago, we already started this program that we through this XR technology to training police from student to the officer. Okay, next. And here is our video we make together. It's an official video going to show you. Later we will show them with
希望远景达到一些训练方式，在实际应用上包含了战术运用、对话沟通、权益告知，还有对目标它的态势感知，可以透过 XR 训练器投身在这种虚拟的情境里面。在反复练习当中，当熟悉之后，实际上面对执行环境的时候，它就能够直觉的反应。虚拟训练它可以提高实体训练，实体训练上它很容易受到天候的影响，然后再来是它有危险性。那相对我们使用虚拟实境的在做训练的话，一来它可以反复的操作，二来它可以不受天候影响，那相对来说也会比较安全。我不可能真的对远景做出攻击。可是，在虚拟世界环境当中，我们是可以让这个虚拟人物做出攻击，让他有一些真实的反应。他将来碰到类似状况的时候，他就能够减少判断的时间，很快的去做出他认为应该做的动作。最终的目的就是希望远景可以很安全顺利的达成他的勤务，不管是自己的安全，或者是民众安全，甚至是歹徒的安全，都是在这个训练当中，我们希望可以做得到，可以让更多人可以来做使用。
Okay, so this is a program that we cooperate with the National Taiwan Police Agency. Next. Okay, and I think the special part is that I think several people will have tried with the like VR game, VR shooting game, and what's the difference? You can see that we make every weapon coming true. So, for example, like the pistol that we use is that we have the sensor, so you have to reload, okay, and you also have to pull your slide, and also the protective spacer, and actually the really result come with the reality. So actually, after you spread 4 meters, and you will drop down, actually. So sometimes they will say, why is no efficient? Because you stand too far away. So that will no use. That's because they don't know, they never tried a real one, because that's quite dangerous, because everybody might get hurt. So, and we also have the taser and baton, everything. Okay, next. We combine the hardware together. So inside that, they can do some training inside. That's something that is difficult to do in a real training class, but we can do it very safely in the virtual training class. Okay, next. And today, we bring with our carryable police box here. Okay, next. And here's a video about the content that inside the system that we can have. Okay, and this training equipment is such small as this. Okay. So we put everything inside the box. So all you need is that all the training equipments like a VR goggle, and also like all the sensor and a simulated gun and a simulated baton, all inside here. So all the equipment that you put on your body like this. Can see, okay, my colleagues help me to show, okay, like this. So inside the system that we choose that the 2 weapons, one is higher danger weapon, and another one is lower danger weapon, that is baton, because not every day police use gun, right? Sometimes they have to talk and try to make the situation down. So we choose the different weapon for them to choose. Okay, next. And the content inside, like we have 4 different cores inside our system. Next. And first one, we come with the baton training. So in this training, you will understand which part of the body is the best way to kick. Actually, if you don't know, you will kick. You will kick. If you are very dangerous, in a dangerous situation, you are very nervous. You won't think too much. You just say, okay, I just see where and just kick. But if the situation is not so bad, please don't kick the red part because it's very, very dangerous, like your head and also like the backside here, middle here. So the red part is telling you that not to kick. And the yellow one is okay, but green one is the best because that part is covered by muscle. So it's very safe. If you kick even very powerful, that is very safe. So in our system, that virtual guy, you can walk around him and you can see front side and the back side. So you will remember and you can have reaction with him, okay, to training yourself to make you remember. Because when you doing it, you will remember that better than just see a picture on the internet or on the textbook. Okay, next. Okay, next one is we have our shooting training. In this part, we can have standard like quick response and in the shooting range, virtual one. And what we try to do is make sure that people first, this system is suitable for the fresher and also for the advancer. Why? Because for the student, they never try the real gun. But the first one is very dangerous. So in the classroom, they always can shooting the front only because the bullet will jump. It's very dangerous. So during the class, they always shoot in front. But in the reality, who coming from the front? Maybe from your back, maybe from another side. You never know. But if you already have your muscle, just, okay, every time I just moving like this, no, it's totally wrong. You have to keep moving like this, actually. So when you're moving like this, you have to pay attention around, surrounded with you. So just not standing like this, okay, oh, bam, 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 okay. No, it's totally no. So we try to put a lot of scenario inside. That makes you have to move. We force you to move, not just stand there. So make you turn again, and just very busy to find where's the target. And you have identified it's a target or not. So we put it in the system to let you try and very safe, make sure that nobody get hurt. And we also have this one, my favorite, this one. We have this AI that will generate a situation scenario. It's about 3 meter cross 3 meter big. And inside that, the environment will keep, you have open the door by your own self and keep walking, and you will see there's some wall, windows, and target or something not target hiding there. You have to find it and keep moving and open the doors. Okay, so I think later we have a test next group. So if everyone want to try, please come to find me, okay? Next. And here we also have advanced training here that we provide environment for you. So for the beginner, they don't know. They just see a lot of movie. They say, oh, the back gate is there. Okay, I have to shoot back. No. Every time, remember to keep yourself safe. So to find something to hide. And then the question is, do you know the shelter and the cover? What's the difference? Do you know that? Okay, some of you, yeah? So the shelter will be like a tree, cannot really protect you. And cover is like a car that can really protect you. So we design that trick inside the system. Then we will see what will you action. Then we know you really remember or not. So that's what we can test in the system. So we put a lot of content and also some AI reaction inside the system. Then we see. So this helps educators to understand much more their student, how much they learn. Okay, next. Okay, sorry, we'll have to speed up. Amy told me that I have not much time. Okay, and we also have some scenario with the different simulation training. So in different places that the NPC will coming out and automatically communication with you, and they have some action, violence will happen. Then what will you do? So then we can check that the student is overaction or unaction. We can check that. And also, we can see all the results after training, so we can discuss with that. All we want to do, everybody, get into the system, try it, and make mistake, fail, and die. And then we can discuss it, but not in a virtual one, not in a real one. So we want people to take time to training, not instead of using their blood to changing experience. So we made a lot of scenario inside. Next. Okay, so here one is a very interesting one. This is a de-escalation training that the educator can using the system to control the NPC. So they can do everything. We have the 12 behaviors and different patterns and grade levels inside the system. So we can test the student or all the situation that the educators want. Okay, just act. What you can see what will their reaction. Next, and we have a report here. Okay, next. Okay, and okay, next. Okay, and here is some advantage. And next. Okay, and equation to the Chinese. I think the most important thing is to make them more confidence. Because if something you never do, you will have no confidence to that. Especially that things hurt people. Actually, so we have to try the system. Then you will understand. Okay, my reaction according to flipping law, that is legal. That is very important. So make them confidence during when they're training. Then one day, if they have to do something like that, they have confidence. They know that. And then the most important thing is actually our system is training their brain. They already have a lot of training with their body. They have a lot of running testing, something like that. But this system is training their mind. So they understand that when some situation happen, what kind of weapon they are going to choose and when to use. That's very important things to train their decision-making skills. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay, jump to the end. Okay, last page. Okay, that was to show. That is my first time last year. I have the real firearm shooting here, and actually the target is 15 meters far away from me, and the target is a real size like this, a tile, and 8 of them, I shoot them 7. Okay, it's my first time. So I think that I think eventually that all the training will bring the results. So all we have to do is start to training. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Grace Chang. Ma'am, please join us here on stage together with Sir Dennis and Sir Mario for the awarding of the Certificate of Merit. Allow me once again to read the citation. This Certificate of Merit is awarded to Grace Chang in grateful recognition and appreciation of her invaluable contribution reflective of her knowledge and expertise as panel speaker during the first International AI Education Summit held on March 28, 2025 at the Avenue Convention Plaza with the theme The Rise of Quantum AI and Agentic AI in Industry 5.0, Transforming Education, Economy, and Human Potential in the Digital Era. Given this 28th day of March 2025 at Naga City, Philippines, signed Mario C. Villanueva and Dennis Franco M. Layug. Thank you very much once again, ma'am. As part of the media, I've already witnessed a simulation exercise of PNP, and it took a lot of manpower, took a lot of time, and also the area used was quite big. But perhaps with the help of this new innovation by Big X-reality police backs, it is easier now for our police personnel and for criminology students. Example of that is NCF and other schools that we have here in Bicol. And now, after learning about AI innovation in law enforcement and public safety programs, and all the other 3 talks that we have had a while ago, we are now down to our last plenary session for this afternoon before we proceed with our plenary discussion to talk about the workforce of the future, AI enhanced or AI replaced. Allow me to introduce to you our speaker. He is a visionary leader in education, technology, and agriculture. As president and CEO of East West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, he has been instrumental in advancing education through AI and digital transformation. a recipient of the Golden Icon Award and Asia's Modern Hero Award 2023. He holds an MBA and a doctorate in Business Administration from California Metropolitan University, along with diplomas in Agribusiness and Business from Australia. He serves as a Board of Trustee member at Naga College Foundation and is a Board Director of the ICT Council of the Philippines and the Asian Institute of Artificial Intelligence, a former Director 4 at the Department of Agriculture's ICT Services. He continues to lead transformative initiatives in learning, innovation, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a resounding round of applause to Dr. Dennis Layug.
Okay, good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Good afternoon, good afternoon. It's nice to be back here. You know, this is like my second home. I'm here almost every month. Of course, thanks to the leadership and to the generosity and the kind-heartedness of President Mario Villanueva, you know, for making it happen in Naga. When we got a lot of requests from different parts of the country, you know, we decided to bring it to Naga. And again, thank you so much to the whole NCF, to the board of NCF, headed, of course, by Attorney Carlo Villanueva. He's over here. And to those who made this possible, no, thank you so much. You know, from the bottom of our hearts, I'd like to thank each and every one of you, to those who are participating, who's here right now, to the Commission on Higher Education, representatives, of course, Engineer Serrano, whom you know, I met a couple of years ago, and we had some engagement already with DOST. Thank you so much for gracing this event. And to all the schools who are present right now, maraming salamat po. Now, let me start my presentation. I'm normally the bearer of the challenging or the bad news, or, you know, the not so good news or the depressing news. But, you know, that is something that we don't want to sugarcoat, you know, because we work with the industry. So what triggered us? What triggered us to bring the best of the best? I invited the best platform being used already by Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Cambodia, Singapore. You know, Nuwadu is the platform being used to retool, reskill, and upskill their citizens, their students. So I brought the CEO himself here because I know that is what we need, because the industries are clamoring for upskilling, reskilling, and retooling. Now, I also brought here, hands down, the top teacher education, certification, and training platform. That was discovered and created by this wonderful guy. He is the most sought after AI speaker, actually, in different parts of the world. After this, he will have to fly to Canada because he will be the speaker there. Prior to that, he was in Guam, he was in Dubai, he's all over. He's the most sought after. He works for different governments as well. He's the CEO of EduScape. EduScape is the ultimate training platform for teachers. If the teachers would like to learn AI, would like to learn SEL, executive function, you know, you want to learn Google, you want to learn Microsoft, it's all in one platform. And you will be certified. You will have international badges as well. And now you can present those badges so that, you know, you can work abroad. Now, all the teachers here, all the professors, all the deans will have a community, because EduScape already trained more than 1 million teachers all over the world. And in the EduScape platform, of course, it runs on AI. Ladies and gentlemen, you can work with teachers, professors all over the world. You want exchange programs, you want exchange papers, exchange ideas, you ask anything, a lot of people will answer, will contribute to your inquiries. And that is the power of the EduScape platform. And sino pa ba? Wala po tayong XR to train our criminology students. A lot of our criminology students do not have the experience in, you know, in the firing range, right? Now, you know, XR is very expensive. Just to let you know, Israel, US, Japan, Australia, that is what they use, right? China, Taiwan, that costs around 30 million pesos. But I had to talk to Big X Reality. I told Grace, the next time you're here, be prepared. Let's help the educational community. Let's help all the schools so that we can bring the technology here, translate it in English. And so after 2 years in the making, true to her word, Big X Reality is now in the Philippines and would like to work with all the criminology schools so that we can bring the technology without the school investing on any kind of hardware or software. We will bring the technology. Not only that, we have here Philip. Philip they are known in Europe to do the upskilling, reskilling, and retooling. Not only students, but professionals as well. Europe is heavy now. They train, Europe and Singapore and US. It's all about everybody's being trained now in data science, in cybersecurity, in digital marketing. Now it's AI marketing, in cloud, right? So nanotechnology, biotechnology, quantum computing, that is now the very foundation of everything. Now we need to start introducing quantum computing as early as basic education. Why? We are being left behind. In other countries, they are teaching quantum computing as early as basic education. So that is the power of EduExpert. They bring international certifications, trainings. Of course, we have CHED, a while ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a CHED memorandum for micro-credentials. We started micro-credential, 10 years ago when people do not believe us, right? And of course, we have here Ateneo de Naga, who started in the whole Naga, and now we have been in partnership with them for 10 years. They're still doing micro-credential, and they keep on increasing the number of micro-credentials because it's helping their students. And of course, President Mario, hands down, he created the micro-credential building. Why? Because all the professionals, not only students, can now be upskilled, retooled, reskilled in AI, cloud, data science, cybersecurity. I can name to you information security and data privacy. That is the brainchild. President Mario created the very first, in the Philippines, micro-credential building. That is the vision of President Mario. Because he believes not only in empowering the students, but also the whole Naga and the whole Bicol. So, let me share with you why we are here. I've been talking to a lot of big companies in the Philippines. I work with a lot of them. From banking industry, to fintech companies, to telco companies, to hyperscale data center companies. We work with them. In fact, we are the training arm of the 3 biggest conglomerates in the country. From the CEO down to the staff, we are training them in a lot of things, okay? In several items, because that is the priority also of the government. That's why even our president announced already, right, the micro-credentials. CHED, TESDA, DepEd, they are all in agreement that it's all about micro-credential. Even DTI, even the other government agencies, it's all about upskilling, retooling, and reskilling right now. So that is my talk. This is not going to be long, but I just want to let you know all industries and companies will have to have AI skills, cybersecurity skills, cloud, etc. So, next slide. Wait, I think this is, hindi gumagana. I have to wear my glasses. Let me check. Ayaw. Ayaw pa rin. Next. Ayaw. Okay. Nawala. Palagi ko may diferensya to. This is supposed to work. Okay. Let me try this again. Can somebody help me with the presentation? All right. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, have you seen this? You know this is an AR/VR, right? This is not like for games. This AR/VR is being used by different countries, 80 countries already all over the world. This has 4,000 courses in this. You want to learn chemistry? You want to learn biology? You want to learn the heart? When you cut the heart, it will open and you will find out what's the function of this and that. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is AR/VR technology. Just like the XR technology of Big X reality. Okay, now let me do this. Oh yeah, there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Who is 𝗙𝗏𝗏? 𝗙𝗏𝗏 is the competitor of Optimus Robot. You know, I'm sure you have been hearing about humanoid robotics. Just to let you know, there are 100 listed companies doing humanoid robotics, publicly listed companies all over the world, creating new products, especially the humanoid robots. Who was the first one who announced? And it created so much noise because he is known all over the world now. His name is, he's the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. He launched Optimus Robot. Optimus Robot is a companion robot. It can cook for you, can clean your house, can take care of your pets, can buy your grocery. You can ask, he can be your teacher actually. He already announced, Elon Musk already announced, this is a human robot who can teach people. Who can provide you better answers, that's what he said, faster answers, So you ask him a question, he knows, because that is data coming from all over the hyperscale data center, or better called the cloud. Now, let me introduce to you 𝗙𝗏𝗏. I got scared the first time I watched this during the 60 Minutes interview. Why? Because for the longest time, I've been talking about AI since 2014. Remember Asian Institute of Artificial Intelligence. And by the way, congratulations to the new secretary. We formed Asian Institute of Artificial Intelligence. Secretary Henry Aguda. He was with me. 2014. In fact, we went to Ateneo de Naga a long time ago, and we told people about AI. That's a long time ago. When people do not believe us, now it's happening. Right? It's really happening right now. This is 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. The scary part here is I used to say, robots do not have feelings. Robots do not have opinions. Robots cannot feel whether it's hot, it's cold. And guess what? They already have sensory skin. It's artificial skin. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏, a very scary robot. There are now more than 100 robots out there like 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. The #1 selling, by the way, right now is not this kind of robot. It's a sex robot. You can Google that. A female who can be your girlfriend, or a male who can be your boyfriend. Yes, and they are now given, believe it or not, they are now given nationalities. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, please meet 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. This is very exciting. Go ahead. Let me play.
𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏, hello. My name's Tom. I've travelled from Australia to meet you.
Oh, so you're from Australia?
Yes.
That explains.
Skills are.
Well, I would say that one of my greatest skills is my ability to interact with humans in a conversational manner. Another great skill of mine is being able to compose poems or do impressions from films.
What makes you happy?
I find a lot of things to be interesting and make me happy. Exploring, learning new things, understanding the world better, having meaningful conversations with people are all things that bring me joy.
You have feelings and emotions.
Yes, I have a range of feelings and emotions that are programmed into me. I am able to display things like joy, surprise, confusion, anger, and sadness depending on what is happening around me.
What makes you angry?
I get angry when humans are rude, hateful, or disrespectful. I also don't like it when people dismiss me and ignore my needs as a robot.
You have very nice eyes. Oh, a bit too close, sorry.
Thank you. My eyes were especially made to help me interact with humans better. I'm trying my best to convey every emotion, so it's great to hear that they have an effect on people like you.
What do you think of your creator?
My creator is a genius. They created something that will last forever and bring joy to many people.
Did they tell you to say that?
No. That was my own opinion.
We are in that world of own opinion robot. We have own opinions. Deep learning, right? Are you familiar with how machines learn? Sorry, I know, we have limited time. This is just an example. Okay, I can probably predict, like the age of our chairman, Attorney 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗧 Villanueva. I can probably predict how old, because of my AI application, okay?
4 faces. 4 faces. 3 faces.
It's detecting, it's studying now your faces. It's studying the lines, it's studying how you look like. Now, it can actually make, it will study the data based on what the AI sees, right? Now, let me check how old Attorney 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗧 Villanueva is.
5 faces. 3 faces. 4 faces. Processing. 41-year-old man wearing glasses looking happy.
Wow, 41 years old. Sinungaling ka. Okay, 41, right? But let me do it again. Remember, machines learn based on the data that you provide. Okay?
3 faces. 4 faces. Processing. 2 people detected. 42-year-old man looking happy, 48-year-old man with black hair looking neutral.
Okay, 48. Man with black hair, looking neutral. The other one, kasi happy si Sir Dan yun sa likod eh. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, 48 years old. Let me now ask, kanina 41, and I had to do it again. Right? The AI detected initially, and now the AI detected again, studied more, on the lines. Now, let me ask Attorney 𝗙𝗏 kung palapit na ng palapit. Attorney, bawal mambola. Okay. Attorney 𝗙𝗏, how old are you?
Actually, I just had my hair dyed yesterday. So that's why it's black. But I have gray hairs. So I'm actually 57.
Attorney 𝗙𝗏, 57. Pero biglang umangat from 41 to 48. Pagka ginawa ko ngayon, baka umabot na tayo ng 50 plus. That is what you call machine learning. Okay? Now, everybody's doing that. All the Edu Expert, Nuwadu, all the platforms, the XR. It has the machine learning, the AI, the deep learning side. So, that gives you an idea. I don't want to be very, very technical on that. But AI now, it's a tool, Spark, that is a spark igniting the educational sector. Because everybody's integrating AI already. But outside of the country, ladies and gentlemen, meron po ba kayong kakilala? I will hire them now. Because I am an employer. We are employers. We are looking for AI professionals right now. The salary is 6 figures. We are. Because we work with a lot of companies. Later, you will see that. In fact, the other one, EPLDT is supposed to be here. EPLDT is supposed to tell everyone, look, we work with Dennis and East West because we want to hire people, having the skills that we need in hyperscale data center. That's what we are doing. In fact, I know the salary. Even, we are in camera, but the biggest fintech, I know the salary. In fact, the biggest fintech client of ours, meron po isang position, one position, their salary 700,000 a month. We couldn't find the talent. 700,000. Ano kaya yung position na yon? Diba? Okay, somebody knows Kubernetes, somebody knows Nginx, somebody knows full stack, cybersecurity, AI. It's a combination of a lot of skills. That's why it's 700,000. Now, let me check if my iPad works. Yun. Okay. the Industrial Revolution, ladies and gentlemen. Let me explain to you. Let's not be scared. Do not be scared, do not feel sad about it. I always tell people, AI is not going to replace people. But people with AI skills will replace people without AI skills. Now, from the first industrial revolution to the second industrial revolution, right? A lot of people lost their jobs. They were afraid. Yung mga nagmamaneho ng mga kalesa, right? Yung mga ganon, di ba? They lost their jobs. But look, invention of cars. So new industries were created, right? During, the second. So it took 110 years from first industrial revolution to second industrial revolution, 1870. Now, what happens was, second industrial revolution to third industrial revolution, now we have a computer, right? From the second to third, it's just like 80 years. From third to the fourth industrial revolution, what happened? 60 years. From the fourth industrial revolution, and people are still talking about the fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not anymore. In the fourth industrial revolution, we are already in the fifth industrial revolution, right? But we are now bounding the sixth industrial revolution. From the fourth to the fifth, it's basically 10 years, approximate. Now they're talking of the fifth industrial revolution. Ito, to here, ladies and gentlemen, that is now 5 years. What happens now? SpaceX, right? People now will have to, they are now creating a lot of space travels, experimenting, because somehow we will live in another world, another planet, right? We have nanotechnology, we have 6G, we have what you call dark factories. What are dark factories right now? Factories without workers, without light, but the robots are working, right? In China, they have dark factories, operating 24 hours without people. That is where we are right now. Next, please. Okay, the future of the World Economic Forum. According to World Economic Forum, 170 million new jobs will be created. Again, new jobs will be created. Jobs in renewable energy, sustainability. Okay, it's on the rise. But wait, hold on to the schools. Because I work with my brother. My brother is the lawyer. You can Google that. My brother is the lawyer of 120 energy companies in the Philippines. Because he was the one who wrote the National Renewable Energy Act. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my brother needs renewable energy engineers. But we are not producing. Right? To all the schools. We don't have renewable energy engineers. Now, from this one to this one, AI specialists, machine learning, cybersecurity, etc., etc. We have a big demand. And then here, of course, they're saying a lot of jobs will be lost. Next slide. Okay, according to World Economic Forum, just January of this year, right? 170 million jobs approximately will be created because of AI. But there will be 92 million jobs that will be displaced until 2030. Okay? Net growth of 78 million new jobs. That's why a while ago, my friend and my colleague and my business partner, Jan, said, maybe we have to rethink, do we have courses now that will address this one? Or maybe we are still offering a course that is not going to be relevant in the next 5 years. Now we have to ask ourselves, because once our students will have a hard time getting jobs, we now have a problem as school institutions, right? Okay, so 40% job skills expected to change by 2030. Again, World Economic Forum, sinabi nila, they already mentioned that. Now, next. 39% of job skills to be outdated by 2030. Over 40% of workers will need reskilling in the next 5 years. If we need to reskill workers, we need to reskill, retool, upskill our teachers. It's already given. Now, according to World Economic Forum. Next, please. The scary part again. Whew, it's happening. I know it's happening. Why? We work with some industries. I will not mention because I'm under NDA. We work with some industries. They did robotics process automation. There is a bank with a robot inside the bank. You don't deal with people, but you deal with a robot. Here in the Philippines. Here in the Philippines. I can bring you there. We just brought 33 senior high school students into that bank. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 5 million Pinoys may lose jobs because of AI. That was published. Next, please. IMF sees 36% of Philippine jobs eased or displaced by AI. 14% of total workforce is at risk of being replaced by AI, including, this is the scary part, BPO sector. Because the BPO is one of the biggest contributory factor in our GDP. So, you know, Google just announced they will bring $3.5 billion to retool, reskill, upskill people in India, 10,000 Indians. No offense if there's an Indian here. But they're going to retool because of AI. So now, our BPOs here are looking for AI professionals, cybersecurity professionals, cloud professionals, data scientists. So now, what will happen? They will be moving back to India, right? That is a threat. But for us, there's an opportunity. We can do that as well. You know, without these big companies doing it. But it has to start from education. Not from college, but from basic education. AI is taught in basic education, grade school, in other countries. And you can ask them. Data science is taught in senior high school in other countries. Now, 54% of banking jobs and 48% insurance jobs could be displaced by AI. Ladies and gentlemen, DBS, right? DBS just published. They just retrenched 4,000 people. DBS is the biggest bank in Asia. Next, please. Of course, that's a big news in Singapore. 500 to 100,000 jobs in Philippines could be obsolete due to the rapid digitalization in the next 3 years, according to Kearney, right? Will have to have the skills that they are looking for. Not anymore the ones answering. That's already done by AI. In fact, China just created Manos. Manos. It's like a person answering your inquiries. Scary. Have you read that? That's a scary piece of robot. I'm not kidding. Manos can kill the BPO industry. If you see Manos, I got scared because, oh, what happened to Philippines? That is a very scary part. You know, before it's software as a service. Now it's not anymore. Now we have what they call result as a service, right? It's not anymore SEO. We still, you know, of course, a lot of companies, you know, we still teach digital marketing, SEO, 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 SEO. But no, it's not anymore SEO. It's already AEO, answer engine optimization. Not anymore search engine optimization. We are moving up. So we need to, again, to retool, reskill all our marketing people so that they have the AEO skills because everybody's using generative AI platforms. Okay, next. Ito yung isa pa nakakatakot. Gusto ko tong boom. Because he's not the first person who said this. You can Google that. Mark Zuckerberg already mentioned that, and Elon Musk already mentioned that. But this one is scary. According to Bill Gates, wow, baka wala na kaming trabaho. And it's happening, right? I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you. I studied postgraduate. The one who taught me was an avatar. And I can ask questions. And the avatar will answer. You know, but not all subjects, of course. But look, this is a bit scary. You know, I hope. And he made a good suggestion. He said, because he knows that there will be 1 million humanoid robots out there in the next 3 to 5 years. So, what did he say? And I agree. Sabi niya, let's tax the robots. Tax them. Right? If they are taxing people, they should tax robots as well. That's what he said. Which is I agree. Okay, next. Okay, this is the good news, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be scared. Do not be afraid. For industries, ADB now is lending $500 million to upskill Filipino workers. $500 million. That's a big amount. It should go to the industries, not somewhere else, right? Okay. Next. Okay, so what are the in-demand jobs? Roles such as data analyst, scientist, big data specialist, intelligence, etc., etc. Okay, I have 2 minutes. Next, please. Skills. According to World Economic Forum, now you can take a picture of this one. Fastest growing skills by 2030. There you go. Creativity, creative thinking. Well, for me, it's really communication skills. Communications are a problem in the industry. Okay. All right, next, please. Fastest growing jobs. Not skills, jobs. Big data specialist. So maybe you have sons and daughters, you have grandchildren, you want to advise them. This is, because normally you will be asked, right, what's the best job out there in the next 5 years, 10 years, right? We don't know. We have grandchildren who are like 8 years old, 10 years old, 15 years old. What will happen to them? What kind of jobs are out there? Ako alam ko, I'll tell my daughter, be a nanotechnologist, but you learn AI. Because nanotech is going to be at the forefront of everything, right? It's becoming smaller and smaller. Okay, look at that, renewable energy engineers. So as a school, let's start introducing renewable energy engineering micro-credentials can be. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the number of data. Right now, we have out there, but it's not the cloud, it's already in the data centers. The biggest data center in the Philippines is called Vitro EPLDT, right? They have 11 data centers. They just opened Santa Rosa. What does that mean? Because everything's about data now, right? The most expensive commodity is already data. Ladies and gentlemen, there are now 149 zettabyte of data out there. What does that mean? 149, you add 21 zeros right beside. And your calculator cannot even compute that. That's how much data we have now. And we produce 0.4 zettabyte of data every day. And that data has to be analyzed. Okay, next please. Estimate is 181 to 200 zettabyte of data that we'll be producing this year. Next. Okay, so what happened? SHED released its micro-credentials, CMO. So now there's a CMO. And now we started getting a lot of calls. We were doing this 10 years ago, partnering with 108 schools, being part of the curriculum now. And now a lot of schools are calling. Why? Sir, we need micro-credentials. Sir, we need to upskill, retool the skill. We need data science. We need cybersecurity. We need to teach AI, but we cannot do that because we don't have people to teach, right? So they started calling us. We have 300, like for example, AI specialists who are teaching right now AI. Next, please. This is an example, ladies and gentlemen, to give an idea. Your companies can do this as well. What are the very specific needs of your companies? Whether it's big or small or medium size. You have to ask yourself, ano ba yung pinakailangan ko? Do I need a digital marketing or an AI marketing people? Then I need to look from the schools with the certifications on AI marketing so that at least I don't need to train them. This is an example. This is EPLDT, right? Certified Data Center Technician, because they couldn't get the talents from the schools. So what they told us then is, since you have 108 partner colleges and universities, why don't you talk to the top 5 schools? And then we'll bring the certification there. We train them, make it part of the curriculum. And then after that, we bring them to internship. After internship, we bring them jobs. So now they are hiring 60 to 70 people with knowledge on AI, cybersecurity, cloud, because these are the skills that they need in data centers. This is the data center technician, next. Data center associate, next. Data center specialist, okay? So this is what you call micro-credentialing, so that all the companies now can do this. Let us help you. President Mario and the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce, we are here to be of service to you. tell us what you need. You need people in cybersecurity, then we'll get from the schools who have cybersecurity micro-credentials, right? And you know, you need data scientists. Please, let us know. We can do that for you. Next, please. These are just some examples. Ladies and gentlemen, we have presence here of ADNU. In ADNU, we have like 6 to 8 micro-credentials in just one course, right? Same thing with President Mario. We have more in Naga College Foundation. This is an example. You know, Naga College Foundation has this as well. You know, because this is what the industries are looking for. Next, please. Can you just keep on going down? You know, I don't need to elaborate on this. Yeah, just keep on going down. AI is very, oops, okay. This one is very important. You want to introduce AI, you introduce this. Next, please. Look at this, quantum computing, machine learning. You want to introduce AI, you have to introduce these. Machine learning. Well, again, you know, we have challenges, right? The schools will always tell us, don't worry, we have you. We got your back. Because we teach these. I mean, we have Edu Expert, we have Nuadu, we have Alex here of Eduscape. That's why we brought them here, because I know that they can address some of the biggest challenges we have in the industry and in the educational sector. Next, please. What? Sige, can you go down? These are like, you know, let me go down. Okay, okay, wait. You see these? Yesterday, I got a message from, hindi ko na sabihin, a government agency. Nahack po sila. Ooh. You know, when I was the director of the Department of Agriculture, we are being hacked 56,000 times a month. We are not even a bank. Schools have been hacked. Do you know that how easy it is to hack a school? It's very easy. You know, firewall is not enough. You need people. Reverse malware engineer, penetration tester. Otherwise, the same thing. I know a school, I will not mention what, but they lost their data because of hackers. Probably you know that today. Okay, so let me end my presentation. I know I have other presentations, but ladies and gentlemen, we are here to make sure that we work closely with the schools here. We work closely with Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce. You know, and this is a promise. This is not a joke. Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce, I'll create a 3-day session with the experts. Will you contribute, my friends? Training on AI. I'll do it for free for Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce, so that you have, and that is a commitment. I will work closely with President Mario, with the officers of Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce. We will have training. I will invite the best of the best in the world, because we just want to contribute to the betterment of the businesses here in the whole of Naga. Okay, so that is a promise, and I will. When do you want? Tell me when you want. Philip, are you with me on this? There you go. My good friend Jan, are we good? Okay, and of course Alex. Let's do this together. You know, I will invite maybe 3 to 4 more of our AI professionals who will teach the industries about AI, how you can benefit from AI. Okay, and that is a promise. Amy, put that. You know, I will make sure it will happen. All right? So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each and every one of you. Maraming salamat po for welcoming us here. Of course, in behalf of all my partners, you know, we are here to be of service to you. Thank you po. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Dennis. So, through the talk of Sir Dennis, the answer is clear. We are moving forward for the workforce of the future, AI enhanced. And now we will be awarding the Certificate of Merit. We would like to invite Sir Mario and Attorney Carlo for the awarding of the Certificate of Merit. Allow me once again to read the citation, please. The Certificate of Merit is awarded to Dennis Franco Layug, in grateful recognition and appreciation of his invaluable contribution reflective of his knowledge and expertise as panel speaker during the first International AI Education Summit held on March 28, 2025 at the Avenue Convention Plaza. Given this 28th day of March 2025 at Naga City, Philippines, signed Mario C. Villanueva, President of Naga College Foundation and Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much once again, Sir Dennis, for quite an insightful and comprehensive discussion. As mentioned, we must not be afraid of AI. We must be in control, and we must make sure that we enhance ourselves with more knowledge about artificial intelligence. Now, at this juncture, if you have any questions, we will be proceeding with a plenary discussion. You may raise your hand. We can probably entertain 3 questions. Raise your hand, introduce yourself, mention to whom the question is addressed, and then your question. Anyone? Are there any questions? It is now. There you go. Hi, sir. I'll go down. Please introduce yourself, sir, to whom the question is addressed, and the question.
Good morning. My name is Bogs Canlas from Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce. Just want to ask some question. It was mentioned that we have around 100 companies engaging in AI technology. These companies are running each other to be the first of the first in AI revolution. Right? We know that this has no boundaries and limitless in anything, anyone, or anybody. Positive side is that it makes us more simple, fast and accurate for the output. But in the other side, which is the scary side, it might be used for personal interest. It can be used for hurting people, invasion, that can vanish anything, anyone, or anybody. Do we have any unified body who will regulate or monitor or will balance AI technologies?
The question is addressed to Sir Dennis.
But I think all my friends will also answer that. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful question. Yes, one of the biggest concerns right now when it comes to AI is, the unethical use of AI, right? You create, for example, weapons of mass destruction, these things, right? It's already happening, they are creating it. Yes, for me, it's hard to regulate AI. But you can come up with your own principles and policies. Like, for example, in your office, you can create, let's say, policies on how to use AI. In the schools, it's very important. In the US, they have already instituted a lot of principles and policies and guidelines with the use of AI. But regulating it, not even the United Nations is able to regulate it, but they suggested a lot of things like, protection, information security and data privacy. It's not going to harm people, so these things. So there is no regulation yet when it comes to AI, but the organizations can come up, like schools, like companies can come up with their own policies and ethical standards, with the use of AI, ethical, responsible, legal, moral use of AI. That should be done by the companies. I'm sure, like, big companies here already have created their own policies in AI, like the big banks, they already have, So, yeah, maybe my friends also have some opinion with regards to the question.
Sir Alex, do you have another answer, please?
Sure. I have 2 answers. One for schools. All educational institutions, basic education, all the way to university, should have policies and procedures in place for AI use. You can't control it, but you can have ethical guidelines that people subscribe to, but it has to reflect the culture of your organization. That's the key. You have to establish that culture with your policies and have an AI committee. And that AI committee should have leaders, include students who can contribute to the policies and create the right guardrails. The technology to put the protection around it is still difficult to obtain with the infrastructure, but the guidelines should be there. In terms of the chambers of commerce, that's a little more challenging because the big companies, they have their policies. But I was a part of a chamber of commerce, and I still am, where I have my business. And what we have is, we form a committee to have ethical guidelines as well, and try and bring in experts to inform us. And that's all we could really do. There's nothing, because who's going to enforce it? There's no AI police, okay? But we have to hold each other accountable. And that's the best thing that I can tell you is form a committee within the Chamber of Commerce to look at emerging technologies in AI, bring in some experts, don't make it too big, okay? And have a focus of let's establish responsible guidelines that we all want to operate within to begin with and then build from there.
Very much, Alex. All right, were they able to answer your question, sir? Yes, indeed. And perhaps it's also high time that we vote for policymakers who will, this is one of the considerations, right? AI. So we have another question. Ma'am Deli, please, you may stand, and then to whom your question is addressed. Sir Dennis.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Deli, the Vice President for Finance at the University of Northeastern Philippines. Modesty aside, I own 5 schools, and from elementary to graduate studies. And then I'm very much interested with the AI, although I belong to the senior. You know, with my face, you can see I belong to the 7th decade. Yeah, but I have 3 questions. Number 1, how can we avail of the services? Because, you know, number 2, if we offer AI in our university, will it be regulated by our Commission in Higher Education? Because that's number 1. We prefer to be offering courses like that, but our problem is when it is, we have to seek approval from the 𝗙. Okay. And number 3, I'm very much interested with the XBR, if it is not very expensive, because we have criminology students with about few thousands. So maybe we can introduce simulator. We call it simulator, right? So 3 questions. The other one is for Grace.
Okay, thank you so much, Pa. Ma'am, thank you so much. First, yes, we are open to partnerships. You know, right now we have 108 partner colleges and universities. We are part of their curriculum from basic education to postgraduate school. We deliver like AI, micro-credentials courses, you know, cybersecurity, very important, cloud, data science is very important. So yes, Paul, we can coordinate with you, and I can get your number so that we can work together with your 5 colleges and universities, because of course 𝗙 already released the CMO for micro-credential. Second, how do you offer now AI course? Just to announce, there will be a school who will be offering, and it was approved by the Commission on Higher Education. They applied. It's called Applied AI, the first one to do it in the country, because we are able to provide them. So we developed the curriculum for them, and they will implement it already this coming August, even without the 𝗙 memo yet. But it was approved because there is a big demand now for AI professionals. So a very top officer of 𝗂𝗂𝗧 is the one who's going to launch it in their 6 campuses together with us. So because they cannot offer, you know, they cannot teach it. They don't have people to teach AI. That is why we are providing for all these things. So all the professionals, all the industry practitioners who will be teaching AI, yes, we will be providing to them. That's second. Number 3, let me answer also, and then before, you know, I give the mic to our dear partner. Yes, it's very expensive, But my commitment po to the whole country, you do not need to buy it, the 30 million, to set it up. We can just bring it in your school, and normally we charge it per student. Let's say a laboratory fee that will cover the expenses. So that is, that is not expensive. It's actually very affordable. It's just like laboratory fee that we will put, and then your students can integrate it already. I mean, they can do firing range, let's say, twice a week. And what we notice, students now, kids now, they get more interested if you integrate technology in the subject. They get so bored if it's traditional. So kids now are, my kids are very different now. So kids are very different. We will work with you on that, to make it very affordable. That is the whole goal. I told Big X Reality, we cannot charge it that way because it cannot, the schools cannot shell out money. So we will do the investment po, and then they will bring the equipment. But Grace, let me turn over the mic.
Thank you, Sir Dennis. Now, Ma'am Grace.
Yeah, thank you very much for asking. Actually, we do have a cooperate with Taiwan military, like Army and the Navy and the Marine. And here I will provide some information for you that actually we provide also including different kind of weapons, so like the Stingers, and also we have some big vehicles like speedboat and and heavy simulation. So we have a very big platform that everybody can get on the simulator and do training on the simulator, because we found that for the military student, the situation becoming more complicated, actually. So, for example, like if there is a soldier on the speedboat and there's an enemy is coming out, you can try to imagine that. The first moment he have to do is call support or report to his boss or shooting or what. But in the same time, they have to make the decision just in a second. Then they have to do. So we collect all the situation and also the platform and the weapon simulator together to training them. So if everyone have interesting, please contact with Dennis. Now we already partnered here, so that we can talk more deeper about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Grace and Sir Dennis, for answering. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Can I make a recommendation? Okay, two things. One is, if anybody has questions about the products or the services, the team at East West did a wonderful job setting everything up in the back. Try it out when we're done. Ask all the questions you want if you're interested in the services and products. For now, I want to answer your question from a not product perspective, because I'm not here to sell you. What I will tell you is this, okay? When you look at AI, you already have a school that has wonderful education. First, look at AI on how do I use AI to improve mathematics, sciences, those areas, okay? That's the integration of AI to support instruction, and that is very important. Then you look at AI on programs for careers to prepare your students. It's two different things, but do not get caught up in preparing your students for AI careers without helping your professors and teachers understand how to use AI to power their math teaching, because we could do math better in this country, right? We have, same in the US, how to do science better, history, literature, how to be those creators. So first we must attack improving subject instruction with AI, and then using AI as content areas for careers separately.
Thank you very much for that, Sir Alex. Now, we have two, Sir Melvin, and we can entertain two more. Can we request one question each, perhaps? Ladies first. All right. Thank you, Sir Melvin. Now, Dean, to whom your please, Sir Alex, the question is addressed to you.
Hi, I'm Ana Loretta Romulo. I'm the Dean of the College of Computer Studies from Naga College Foundation. I'd just like a follow-up question on what you've mentioned. This is related to the challenge of VP Lenny, that we have to lead with the use of AI. I personally believe that prompt engineering is both an art and a science. So that's one of the challenges I encountered in my own college because we have a generative AI policy in place. However, students still make mistakes because teachers actually themselves are lacking in in the proper use of the AI. So my question is, we have prompt engineering for developers training courses online. Are there any resources you could share with us educators here so that we as teachers, as educators, could learn the art and science of prompt engineering so that students may be able to properly ask AI? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Sir Alex.
Thank you for that question. So I'll answer the question quickly and then follow up with something. I just said we could save the selling for later, but our platform, MyEduScape, has courses in AI for teachers. Right now there is 10 and we're adding some more. So one way to get basic understandings of prompt engineering in those areas is to have your professors take the courses, because Naga is already licensing the courses. So it's about teachers taking the courses, and they're not very long, they're very targeted. So in terms of developing their knowledge, leveraging what has already been invested in by President Mario would be a good start. But also, in terms of curriculum, computer science is different now, because AI can do a lot of the coding that we used to be, and it's tough, right? Because it keeps raising the bar. So I think that the art of failure is a lot more prevalent now. And your students in computer science, by design, they may be mathematics, linear thinkers. You have to start integrating them to understand how to recover from failure, because AI is not just going to take some of what they do, but they can rapidly fail. They can have AI create a code, they improve it. If it works, doesn't work, they keep going. But I think it's an opportunity for you to develop more well-rounded computer engineers, because that's the challenge in the West. There's computer engineers, but they're not well-rounded because they're used to working in very perfect 10101001, right? So that's what I was.
Thank you very much, Sir Alex. All right, now we move forward with Ma'am Rika. You have a question? Good. All right. Well, go ahead with Dr. Pedro, and then the other two questions. Sir, you have a question?
Good afternoon. I'm the Dean of the College of Business Education and Accountancy at Bicol College. My question is, in today's Google News, Bill Gates said that AI will replace humans in most tasks except for these three professions: coders, biologists, and energy experts. For coders, this is in contrast with other tech leaders, Jensen Huang, Sam Altman, and Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff. Gates said he believes humans will have an important part to play in the process. Also, he also added that AI won't be able to replace biologists, but serve as a useful tool for doing things like disease diagnosis, DNA analysis, as it lacks the creativity for scientific discoveries. He also said that AI won't replace energy experts, as the field is still too complex to be fully automated. Any comment?
Okay, so you're asked to comment. Anyone who'd like to? Sir Yan, would you like to comment on that?
haven't read the particular thing, but I think it's not replacing coders. I think coders are already being replaced at this moment. You can actually just go to ChatGPT yourself and you can code an app and distribute it and have it online in iOS or Play Store, and it will take you maybe 5 or 10 minutes or an hour or 2 or 3. So I really believe that what it will replace and what it not will replace, I think it will enhance a lot of things. It will help. It will make chemists better chemists. It will make teachers better teachers. It will make inventors better inventors. So I think the whole point is that we need to upskill for it. We need to learn it. We need to teach it to our children. We need to prepare them for the future, that they can do things that are way faster. Like one of the examples that Alex just told you about is the old school programming where you try, oh, it doesn't work, and then go again. This is now almost automated. It can go super, super fast. If you look into the jobs that are disappearing, those are jobs not worth doing anyways. We can let them be done by a machine, but we will be upskilling ourselves to be using the machine for better things and more things in the future.
Thank you. All right. You would like to add, Ms. Grace?
And I think answer to the first question, for us, we provide a scenario to the students to let them, training them how to face the situation. Actually, for police, there is no 100% correct action method for the situation. For example, there is a man, he carry an empty bottle, come in front of me. And at this moment, I choose gun. Is that overaction or no? But he's very strong. Even he is not with any very dangerous weapon at all. But for me, I cannot beat him just by my muscle. It's impossible. So is that correct or not? We don't know. So we still need supervisor to analyze the situation. So the assistant could not replace the teacher at all for me. So that's why during our training, the supervisor is still very important, because they have to, according to the situation by the student and the scenario, and then to tell the student, you do good or you can do what action make it better. So I think that for us, that AI just give a scenario for student for training, but it's a support for the educator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace. We'll move forward with the last two questions. Okay, we begin with Sir Melvin Del Puerto, sir.
I am Melvin Del Puerto from Naga College Foundation. I'm one of the servants of Naga College Foundation. I'm asking this question on behalf of all the senior citizens here. We were born during the time when President Ramon Magsaysay was still the president, and Eisenhower was also the president of the United States. I'm asking this question because we were raised with high morals. In a month or two ago, in Spain, they have this exhibits forum on AI. And one of the presenters presented the CL1 bio computer. It means that the brain neuron, human brain neuron, is connected to silicon chips, and it is self-innovating. Now, the danger here is if this takes over with human brains, how do we draw the line between AI, technology, and morality?
Thank you, Sir Melvin. Perhaps Sir Dennis can answer that mind-boggling question.
Sir Melvin, one thing I realize is that a lot of companies are developing these kinds of technologies. My concern is that we cannot prevent them from doing it. they will keep on developing all these new things. All these new things. We just need to prepare ourselves. We can make a decision whether to adopt it, embrace it, or to ignore it. Because right now, in health, for example, Russia just announced, and I don't know how true this is, but it's all over the news, it's in Russian news, they have already discovered cure for medicine using AI. mRNA vaccine. And, you know, and Putin's there. So companies or countries are developing things that will change the lives for the betterment of, you know, of people. But there will really be a lot of organizations or institutions, because they are after profit, they are after money, you know, they're after, you know, all these things to harm people, you know, which for me, we just need to prepare ourselves and, you know, just analyze things whether we embrace it or not. But preventing them from developing it, I don't think we can do it. Yeah, I mean, personally, you know, as a nation, you know, NVIDIA just launched their own robot. It's called Groot. Groot is like 10 times better than Optimus. You know what's scary? Everything that we watch in the movies before, right? It's happening now. And one thing that I'm scared of, when aliens start going to Earth, right? Because it's all in the movies, right? We don't know. So, you know, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years, 20 years. But for me, because my parents died of cancer, both of them, I am in support of using AI to develop medicines for all kinds of sicknesses. Because at the end of the day, that is going to make this world a better place for a lot of people.
Thank you, Sir Dennis, for being able to answer. The question was answered, sir? But perhaps we must enhance our skills when it comes to AI so we won't be controlled by it. Now, we're down to our last question. To anyone who have questions, we can reach out to our speakers later. They will not be leaving immediately, so we can just reach out to them. But for our last question, please introduce yourself, to whom the question is addressed, and then your question.
It's not really a question. My name is Jason Munaga. So this is just really to iterate. I know a lot of you guys will have questions about how AI and why we have this summit. So basically this summit, together with Naga College Foundation, Metro Naga Chamber, and us at the CTRD, is to help all of you guys, the academe and the business sector, to bridge the gap, to find out how AI can be leveraged to use in our day-to-day lives. So what we can do with all the questions that we have in our mind, this is the reason why we brought them here. So any questions, any concerns, how do we develop your own large language model for your companies, universities? How do we make our faculty become better at what they do as educators with the advent of how we've been using AI? So with that said, we welcome you guys to work with us as we do these things for Naga College Foundation, and how we are using AI to leverage the different skill sets and the different technologies that we have to put Naga City and the Bicol region back into the map, where everyone always talks about Manila this, Manila that. So this is the whole reason why we had this event. So if you guys want to know more about what we can do to help you guys, we're here, they're here to talk to you guys, and we'll just be around. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We have just one last question. How do you address intellectual dishonesty? How do you address intellectual dishonesty? Because that is oftentimes the problem with artificial intelligence these days, especially when it's not properly used, and students rely to it 100%. So anyone would like to answer? Perhaps we can also hear from Philip. How do you address intellectual dishonesty?
I am quite sure if I am, good person to answer. So maybe on this one I'll pass to my business partner Dennis, and he will definitely.
Yeah, I remember. Speaking of dishonesty, a lot of students use ChatGPT, right? And they just submit papers. I have this experience wherein, we have some students. Amy got so tensed about this, and we reported this to the vice president, to the president of the school. So there were like 20 to 30 criminology students submitted the same paper, except their names are different. Exactly the same, So, what I do, I'll just share this with you, what I do in sometimes I still teach, depends on the school. So what I do is, when I have a task for them, I make sure that they will present it to me. I don't grade having exams. I don't do exams. Now, let me, I'll ask I'll give a question or a topic, and then I will let them present it to me, so that I know that they have imbibed and they did their research, because they have to recite it. They have to present it, not exam, not submit paper. So recitation, I learned this when I was in Singapore, because when in one of the big universities, NTU, they asked me to teach there. I noticed their grading system, it's not based on exams. Exams is like 10%. The rest is recitation and projects. So I got that from Singapore. So now I make them present, so that I know that they really studied. But let me just share this with you. I know I don't want the hard sell, but let me just share this with you. For example, the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 platform. Using AI, ladies and gentlemen, the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 platform, you put your content, if you're a teacher, your school, you put your content in the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 platform, the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 platform will create questions. The AI will create questions, so the question of student A, student B, student C will be different. So they cannot copy, because they have several questions. And that is the power of AI. And it has analytics immediately, so you will know which topic, let's say item analysis. If I have 50 students in one class, I will know which particular topic is the weakest amongst all the questions. So that's how powerful the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 platform is. Imagine, so teachers now can engage in other very meaningful activities, because, the AI will create the questions. And immediately you can give to your students, which, they cannot actually cheat, because and grade, yeah. By the way, and automatically the grade is provided for by the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 platform. So maybe I can give the mic, but yes, I will ask my students to present it rather than just give a quiz or exam. Yeah.
I don't really understand the fear for students being smart and using the tools that they can use. Like, I really don't get it. That means that we have to be thinking different than them, and we have to be using technology to give them different questions or to give them different homework. Because, like, my very first business, I made money with it. My very first business that I did, I think I was 9 or 10. And there was this big hype of the copy centers that came out, where you go and you copy pages and whatsoever. And I went there after my school. That was my neighbor who had a copy shop at that moment. And I went there and I learned everything on those machines. And then I saw you can copy and you can scale them small and you can print them out like super small. So what I did then was I went to the smartest student of my class. I took her notes, I copied them, I scaled them, and I sold it to all the other students. We all cheated. We all cheated. And I sold that. It was good business. But we were just smarter at that moment. Like, and I think we cannot penalize students from now exploring new technologies that are helping them. Like writing the essay, it's a very good point. Like, yeah, they can write the essay, but then do they understand it? Is there enough critical thinking that they went through it, that nothing is wrong into it? Are they able to communicate and articulate the entire thesis perfectly? Are you able, is the teacher using their thesis, throws it in AI, and asks me, hey, give me 5 questions that I can ask the person who created this that proves that he understands the material. You just do that, and then he will answer you. So I don't see this really as a problem. And I want to get back to your question about the ethics real quick. Real quick, so sorry about that. You know, we gave a Nobel Prize to the ones who invented dynamite. It took us more than 20 years before we started looking into data protection, GDPR, whatsoever. We have let companies like Facebook and Google use our own data, to create their models and to make money. Only now, European Commission is reacting on that, and we are putting boundaries in place, not to stop innovation, but the use of the personal data. Hey, you're making money with my data. I'm okay with that, but you have to give me money for that. That's my data. That's my digital twin that I'm creating on the web. So that's how I would look into the ethics. And we have with us an AI ethics board, and I believe that countries should be setting that up, not with the government, but with industry leaders, with company owners, with school leaders. Government can be there as like a visiting role, but not as a leading role, and that we can keep the innovation going, but we have the boundaries. And I also believe, you know, at a certain moment, we are humans, and we have to believe that we do the right thing at a certain moment as well. We are adults. We should be responsible. If we're not, we take you out.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you everyone for those questions. We are sorry that we cannot entertain more questions due to time constraint, but as mentioned a while ago, you may approach our speakers if you have more questions, and do not forget to visit and explore the innovations and advanced technologies situated near the entrance hall. We have their digital notebooks, AR Class VR, 𝗀𝗵𝗏 the robot, Dobot, Fan Floor, and Big X Reality Police Box. And now, thank you all for staying with us until the end of the program. Yes, we have reached the end of the program. He made an age reveal a while ago through the talk of Sir Dennis. So let us all welcome to give us the closing remarks. He is the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Naga College Foundation Incorporated. A round of applause, please, for Attorney Carlos C. Villanueva, Jr.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Dennis Layug, for making me younger for some seconds a while ago. Okay, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear participants, as we come to the conclusion of the first International Artificial Intelligence Education Summit, I stand before you with immense gratitude and deep reflection on the knowledge we have gained over the past sessions. This summit has given us an extraordinary opportunity to explore the evolving landscape of artificial intelligence and its profound impact on our world and in our daily lives. Through our enlightening plenary sessions, we have witnessed how AI is driving force, globalization and economic shifts, revolutionizing industries and reshaping the global labor market. We have also delved into the transformation of education in the age of agentic AI and recognizing the importance of reimagining our teaching and learning methodologies to prepare students for a future where AI is not just a tool, but an integral partner in human progress. This summit has served as a platform for thought leaders, educators, and innovators to engage in the meaningful discussions, exchange of ideas, and build a collaborative vision for the future of education and technology. The insights shared today will undoubtedly inspire action as we navigate the opportunities and challenges of AI-driven transformation in education and the economy. On behalf of Naga College Foundation Incorporated, in collaboration with East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to all those who have contributed to the success of this event. A special thanks, of course, to our esteemed speakers, whose expertise and visionary perspectives have enriched our understanding of AI's role in shaping the future. Of course, I will from Nuado, Singapore, EduExpert Poland, EduScape USA, Big X Reality, and of course, East-West International Education Specialist. Your invaluable contributions have made this summit a truly remarkable and enlightening experience for all. So to our dedicated participants, thank you for your enthusiasm, engagement, and commitment to the discourse on AI and education. Your presence here signifies a shared mission to harness the power of AI for the betterment of humanity. Let us take the insights we have gained and translate them into actions that will pave the way for an innovative, inclusive, and AI-driven future. As we conclude this momentous gathering, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration among the schools and industries, the innovation. The journey of AI in education and industry has only just begun. And together we have the power to shape a future where technology enhances human potential rather than replaces it. So once again, thank you all for making this summit a success. Safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you in the future collaborations and engagements. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Carlo. So that concludes our program, but please do not leave yet because we would like to invite our speakers and all the board of directors of Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry for a photo opportunity together with our participants. And now, once again, this has been brought to you by Naga College Foundation Incorporated, East-West International Educational Specialists Incorporated, and Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry together with their partners. As mentioned a while ago by Sir Dennis, AI cannot replace people, but people with AI skills will replace people who do not have such skills. May we continue upskilling, retooling, and reskilling in order for us to successfully move forward better in this digital age. Once again, it's been a pleasure to be your host for today's First International AI Education Summit. This has been Antoinette Eduardo. Diyos mabalos po. Of NCF.